Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed lunch. We hope you enjoyed the first part of our event. And now let's go for the second part, okay? Before we start, I would like to give you two pieces of advice. If you have any lost item, you can search for them at the luggage store, okay? It's located on the second floor. And we will have, just like yesterday, our programming is not going to stop. However, from 4:30 to 5 p.m., we'll have food and beverage outside the room. Feel free to go outside and then come back to continue participating here with us, okay? I still, again, invite you to participate. I don't need, because you're great, you are participating, but let's join this next conversation. And now I have here on stage, well, the next session is Process Coordination, GDC, WSIS+20, IGF, and beyond. It will reflect upon spaces and opportunities for collaboration and coordination across the different digital governance arenas, counting on a diverse set of participants from multiple governance spheres. And I have here on stage Thomas Schneider, Bacom, Swiss government, Henriette Esther Huyssen from APC, Piers O'Donoghue from the European Commission, DG Connect, Taufik Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information from UNESCO, Paris, Chengetai Masango from the United Nations Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum, Ana Neves, Commission on Science and Technology for Development, UNCTAD, United Nations Organization, Amandeep Gill, UN Tech Envoy, which is going to join us remotely, Pablo Hinojosa from APNIC, Paula Martins, APC and Gender and GDC Coalition, Peter Malur, AI for Good, ITU, Sergio Garcia Alves, ALAI, Marianne Franklin from the University of Groningen, which is going to be remotely joining us too. Some of them are not here with us. They're getting to the hotel, and as soon as they arrive, they're going to join all the other speakers, okay? So now I give the floor to Mrs. Henriette and Mr. Thomas, who are going to moderate the session. Feel free to start, please.
Obrigado.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Thomas from the Swiss government, and I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to our Brazilian friends for organizing this. This session is slightly different in the sense that it's not directly related, or it's not working on the text or the outcome document directly. In fact, the age-like people are working hard this very moment on the document. But it is, the purpose of this session is to reflect upon spaces and opportunities for collaboration and coordination across different digital governance arenas, institutions, processes, counting on a diverse set of participants from multiple governance spheres. And as we know, numerous initiatives and processes have emerged to address the broad diversity of issues raised by the digital resolution. And there's some duplication, there's still some silos, still some work in parallel, and there's a general sense that all coordination or coordination is of course always difficult because everyone wants to coordinate and nobody wants to be coordinated. There should be more coherence in the system. And many of the discussions that we're currently having on the GDC and the institution, the Tech Envoy Office, actually goes back to the IGF 2017 that was held in Geneva, where the theme in Geneva was how to find a new way of digital cooperation, how to develop digital cooperation. Out of this discussion emerged the high-level panel on digital cooperation that was set up by the UN Secretary General. Out of this emerged the roadmap on digital cooperation, out of which then one of the results is the Office of the Tech Envoy, and is the discussion that we continue to have, including the one on the GDC, and then of course on the bigger framework on the WSIS plus 20. So this is, we're trying to sense a little bit, and how can we cooperate better, to put it simply. And now I hand over to my dear friend Henriette to give you a little bit of info about the format that we are supposed to.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. He wasn't an ambassador when I first
Continue
met him.
to call me Thomas.
So I enjoy saying that, Ambassador Schneider. The format of the session will be that we have these two panels. The first panel is made up of representatives from those international organizations that you've heard of a lot, the IGF, the Office of the Envoy of Technology, Commission for Science Technology for Development, the International Telecommunications Union. And we'll ask them some questions about their mandate, how they see their mandate, and going forward, how they see themselves benefiting from the outcomes of NETmundial+10. We'll then have a segment in the middle for participation from you, from the audience, and from the online participants. And then we go to a second panel, which is made up of representatives from organizations from the different stakeholder groups. And we look forward to them actually also asking some challenging questions. Reflecting on what the international organization said, and we'll start with you, UNESCO. Sorry, I forgot to mention you, Taufik. And then hopefully we can finish the session with a round of final reflections from those organizations. Keep in mind that some of our panelists will have to leave. They won't be able to stay for the entire session. So, Thomas, can you start us off with what the first two questions will be that we're asking our international organization participants?
Thank you, Henriette. We try to keep it simple and formulate just two very simple questions that should be very easy for everyone to answer. The first one is, and they have 3 minutes to answer the question, so they have to speak extremely fast because they have a lot to say, of course, as we all know. So the first one is, based on your mandate, how do you see your organization's role in coordinating, or better, facilitating collaboration among institutions, processes, and stakeholders? And the second one is building on that. How are you currently using in your institution, with your mandate, the multi-stakeholder approach, and how could the NETmundial principles that will come out of this meeting help you to create a level playing field for all voices to be heard? This is the question that we would like you to share your experience with, and we would start with the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information of UNESCO. Taufik, please go ahead.
Thank you, Thomas. Very pleased to join you for this panel. To answer your question regarding the mandate of UNESCO and how we go about coordinating collaboration among stakeholders, let me remind maybe some attendees about the mission of UNESCO, which was set out 80 years ago, 1945, which is to build peace in the minds of men and women, to build peace in the minds of men and women. People say, how do we do that? Well, we do that through education, sciences, culture, information, and communication. Because we believe that, among others, cultural and educational programs contribute to building peace in the minds of men and women. More specifically, as far as our topic is concerned, our mission is to foster the sharing of information and ideas, to promote the free flow of information and ideas by word and image. This goes 8 years ago. At that time, it was word and image. Word in reference to the printed press, image in reference to audiovisual. Today, it's through electronic digital means, as we know. So what we have been seeing is happening on digital platforms is an exponential increase in disinformation, hate speech online, cyberbullying, online harassment, etc. Let me give you just one statistic from a recent study of ours. 73% of women journalists have been subject to online harassment, and 20% of them ended up being physically attacked. This does not contribute to promoting the free flow of information. So obviously, we felt we need to do something about tackling the disinformation issue, which, as you know, is at least ranked by the Davos World Economic Forum this past January as the #1 global risk, ahead of climate change. Why is it ahead of climate change? Because climate disinformation is part of disinformation at large. Elections, the impact of disinformation on election outcomes, the influencing undecided voters, derailing the integrity of electoral processes. So we see disinformation as a global risk, and we felt we need to do something about that. Now, part of the question is, what process have you used? We used a multi-stakeholder approach and not an intergovernmental process. Most United Nations organizations follow strictly an intergovernmental process with our 194 member states. We felt to tackle this issue, of course, we needed to approach and engage the platform companies, because it is the tech companies that operate the digital platforms. And without them on board, whatever we come up with will remain just a declaration or a recommendation. And of course, we need to engage the civil society, which has a say as far as freedom of expression, freedom of the press, academia, research institutes, the technical communities. So we followed an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. This project took 2 years, culminated last November with the publication of the UNESCO guidelines for the governance of digital platforms. I say it's a guidelines, it's a guidance. It's not a convention, it's not a recommendation, it's not legally binding. But this is meant to help member states, especially from the global south, who may not have national regulation for digital platforms. They can use this blueprint to jumpstart their national process. And those who do have such regulation, they may want to revisit that and update it, because this outcome has benefited from 10,000 inputs suggested by the different stakeholders coming from 130 countries. Now we have moved to the pilot implementation of these guidelines, and again through a multi-stakeholder approach, engaging the regulators, and we set up a global network of regulators, also engaging civil society, in particular think tanks, research institutions. That's our second meta-network called Internet for Trust Knowledge Network. And this is the process we have been using. So I was told they have only 3 minutes. Maybe I used them, especially talking to Thomas, who is Swiss. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Tawfik, and representing Switzerland in a number of UNESCO processes, I can confirm that you have a very long tradition of integrating stakeholders' experience into your work. Now we have confirmation that we do have Amandeep connected to us online, so let me not lose time and go to Amandeep and ask him how, with the mandate of the Tech Envoy and its office, how you use this mandate to bring people to cooperate, to work together across institutions, across silos, and how you're using the multi-stakeholder approach, and how the NETmundial principles could be useful for strengthening your work in this regard. Amandeep, over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. It's a pleasure to see you and other colleagues, Henriette and Tawfik and Chengetai, and familiar faces, friendly faces. To answer your question, I think very much in the vein of what Tawfik has said, you see a new dynamism across the UN, because I will not speak about a specific entity, I'll speak about the UN system. You see a new desire to be more multi-stakeholder by design, in consultations, in policy discussions, even in negotiations. So the UN system is pushing the paradigm on bringing different stakeholders together. Just to give you a few examples, across the UN system, you see the preparations for the Global Digital Compact. So very much multi-stakeholder by design. The negotiations have got going. Stakeholders have an opportunity to participate, to influence the process. And the outcome itself, the Secretary General has made it clear that he would like it to be available for endorsement by different stakeholders. The private sector, because it has some of these equities and some of the responsibilities that have not been so sharply defined so far. Civil society, because it keeps us honest and accountable. The tech community, academia. And then if you see some of the current emerging ongoing processes around AI governance, again, you see the multi-stakeholder paradigm very much in operation, the advisory body of the Secretary General on AI, the consultations around that. This is lesson learned, and I think we are building on 20 years of experience going back to the WSIS outcome and the setting up of the Internet Governance Forum to refine how multi-stakeholder approaches are actually implemented. I see now a huge opportunity to take the paradigm to the next level, to strengthen the IGF, strengthen the follow-up to the WSIS outcomes, which remain a key guiding light for all of us. And this is with the Global Digital Compact. I think if you look at, in a sense, the IGF, the WSIS, and the GDC, I see alignment in terms of principles, in terms of approaches. I also see opportunities to strengthen the role of the IGF with regard to some of the objectives that are there in the co-facilitators' zero draft of the GDC. I see opportunities to strengthen other multi-stakeholder follow-up to WSIS. And then I see the opportunity to underline in New York, in some of those kind of intergovernmental forums where the multi-stakeholder paradigm is not so established, to underline that this paradigm has value in terms of their current concerns. So the GA's role, the General Assembly, UN General Assembly's role, which has often been mostly intergovernmental and some consultative capacity or opportunity for multi-stakeholder participants, that combined with these existing and strengthening multi-stakeholder forums could lead to this new paradigm, which we might see emerge in 2025, the WSIS Plus 20 review. So this meeting, NETmundial, is a very timely reflection as we move in the direction of a Global Digital Compact and as we prepare for the WSIS Plus 20 review. Thanks.
Thank you, Amandeep. And in fact, there's already been contributions thus far in this process that people believe these guidelines are of value, not just for multi-stakeholder processes, but also for multilateral. Next, we have Changatai Masango, head of the UN Internet Governance Forum, the Secretariat of the IGF. I'll put on your slide. Changatai, let's hear from you. And maybe you can make it sound a little bit less real, a little bit more real and more difficult than Taufik and Amandeep made it sound. Well, I suspect made them all glossed a little bit over some of the more difficult aspects of the multi-stakeholder process. So let's hear from you.
I don't know. Well, I only have 3 minutes, so I'll try. And thank you very much, Henriette, and thank you very much, Ambassador Schneider. Sorry, Thomas. Well, first of all, I'd like to express my congratulations to the NETmundial Organizing Committee and CGI-BR for this incredible meeting and also for inviting me. We feel that the IGF can play a significant role in facilitating, can and does actually play a significant role in facilitating collaboration amongst institutions, processes, and stakeholders. The IGF is by design a bottom-up multi-stakeholder process whose mandate is based on paragraphs 72 to 80 of the Tunis Agenda. The most often quoted part of the IGF, just the first slide, is, of course, 72A, which is the IGF is to discuss public policy issues related to key elements of internet governance in order to foster the sustainability, robustness, security, stability, and development of the internet. But the mandate does actually go deeper and calls upon the IGF to facilitate discourse between different bodies and cross-cutting international public policy regarding the internet. So that's B, I think it's the first slide, sorry. And also to facilitate the exchange of information and best practices to make full use of the expertise from all sectors. So as we can see that collaboration and facilitation is heavily in the mandate of the IGF. And we do all this through our annual meetings and also the intersessional activities. WIS's values and the SDGs also guide our vision for good internet or digital governance, and we will also continue to support their application and implementation. One of our primary aims is also to respond to the growing demand of communities from the developing countries to call for more capacity development in internet governance. And this is one of the ways we do this is through our network of more than 170 national and regional IGFs, as you all know as well. And for the GDC and WSIS Plus 20 and CSTD, as well as today's NETmundial, these are all excellent opportunities for us to advance digital inclusion and embrace the multi-stakeholder model. And quickly to the second question. As I said, the multi-stakeholder approach is the modus operandi of the IGF. It is built into our DNA. And since its inception, the forum has been facilitating the application of the multi-stakeholder model and its endorsement across all mechanisms. And we're glad to see that we are actually infecting the system with multi-stakeholder, this multi-stakeholder element. And I would say that we were one of the first to do this. And all our structures are multi-stakeholder, as you know, and I'll just go to the bottom since I have become a little bit Swiss, I have to keep to the time. And we've worked with our sister organizations, UNESCO, ITU, of course, and also outside the Commission, ICANN, etc. So we work with these, we facilitate collaboration amongst these organizations at our meetings, at the national and the regional level as well, and we will continue to do so. And we also look forward to what comes after the WSIS Plus 20 and also after the GDC, and we will continue to help with this facilitation. Thank you. Oh, I can continue? No.
I was about to say that Swiss good timing is fake news.
We are not in control. We don't command, we just recommend. Thank you, Chengetai. And of course, the IGF is a forum for dialogue with all stakeholders on equal level. Obviously, you have multi-stakeholderism in your genes. And the ITU is also an institution that has a long tradition of including so-called sector members, but rather in the silos of its work. So Pritam, over to you. How are you using the multi-stakeholder approach in the ITU, and how could the NETmundial principles maybe help you to further strengthen the inclusion of all voices in your work? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. So you had two questions, so I'm going to respond to both. And I don't know how the clock works, so I'm going to ignore it.
There's only one clock for two questions, so we will have to be very creative.
Okay. So very quickly, let me start by saying, the WSIS process obviously has served as a platform for us for over 2 decades of digital cooperation, IGF, WSIS Forum, but also platforms such as UNGIS, the UN Coordination Platform for Digital Matters, which ITU currently co-chairs with UNDP, but it's a rotating chairmanship. And we believe that ITU, as the specialized UN agency for ICTs, has a broad role to play in helping achieving universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. WSIS Forum, I've already mentioned that, that's structured around helping stakeholders come together in coordinating on action lines. On AI, since 2017, we've been hosting the AI for Good Global Summit, with more than 40 UN agencies, which is the largest multi-stakeholder platform for conversations around AI. The UN Interagency Working Group on AI, co-chaired by ITU and UNESCO, has the entire UN system as members. So where we bring the system together to make sure there's programmatic coherence, policy coherence when we help member states. As a standards development organization, we have a long history, but we also co-chair the World Standards Coordination with ISO and IEC, with active involvement of other bodies. So there are many such examples. I can go into cyber, digital inclusion, many others. But the key point here is, much, if not all of ITU's mandate and the coordination mechanisms that I just told you about, we derive it from the WSIS outcome documents, including the action line facilitator's role, because we believe it's a robust framework and that continues to be relevant in all these emerging technologies. And, with the review process that is coming up with the GDC, we hope, that helps us put it in the context of other new and technologies, emerging technologies of today. Now to the second part of multi-stakeholderism, where I'll be very quick. As Ambassador Schneider mentioned, ITU's membership has not only 193 member states, but more than 1,000 private sector entities, academic organizations, SMEs, civil society members. We firmly believe in the multi-stakeholder model. There's a large community of stakeholders out there working hard to make this digital ecosystem what it is. And we believe we are an important stakeholder in this ecosystem and an active voice in this community. And we provide many opportunities for stakeholders to come together to discuss, the challenges that the digital sector faces. I mentioned the WSIS Forum, the AI for Good. We also hold many public consultations. So this is just a snapshot, but let me make one key point. As many of you are internet governance old-timers, I was also here at NETmundial 2014, so I also count myself as an old-timer. If you remember the days of 2008, 2000 to 2012, 13, Wicket and all that, ITU was regularly called out as being non-inclusive, closed. And having spent these 15 years at the ITU, I can see a complete evolution in the, thank you very much, I'll take one more minute. I've seen a complete evolution in the organization, now embracing this multi-stakeholder ethos, in our processes, in our platforms, in our partnerships. And with the current Secretary General, I can say this commitment is bulletproof. Credit for this goes to frameworks such as WSIS, such as NETmundial, such as the multi-stakeholder community that constantly keeps challenging us. So, this is a testament to the fact that you don't need to invent new mechanisms when you can have existing ones that can evolve to meet new challenges and new realities. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Anna, let's move on to you. I think, Pritam, thanks also for reminding on looking back. And I think maybe later when we go to the open segment, it would be good to hear from participants. Because I think the one thing when I hear you say that, look, we've come so far, I think sometimes there's a tendency to be a little bit too glib and say we've opened our processes, we've made them multi-stakeholder, but are they really effectively multi-stakeholder? And I think that's where the NETmundial principles and guidelines come to play. So I'm not saying this to be critical. I think this is equally difficult for all stakeholders. Being meaningfully inclusive is never simple. But Anna, let's hear from you. And I think in your capacity as CSTD, you manage a multilateral, intergovernmental piece of the puzzle that fits into this bigger piece. So let's hear from you and what the challenges are.
Thank you very much, Harriet. As you said, CSTD is a piece of the puzzle, of the multilateral puzzle. I don't know who from you know CSTD. CSTD is a functional body of the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. which adopts resolutions to be further adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. So the Commission on Science and Technology for Development works to the ECOSOC in procedural terms. ECOSOC then goes to UNGA. CSTD, Commission on Science and Technology for Development, was mandated to assess on a yearly basis, so every year, to assess the way is the implementation of the WSIS. And the WSIS, both 2003 Geneva Principles and Action Lines, and 2005 IGF. So if you go through the resolution of this year, for instance, you can perceive how much we were able to assess what has been done since the last year. At the same time, we are doing review of for WSIS plus 20. So we are working on that, and in doing that, a questionnaire was open until the end of March, which set several questions for the all communities to have a say in what they think would be for the best of the WSIS plus 20 review. And CSTD can have a major role here, because one thing that people that are not doing yet, they are not using CSTD to cross the science and technology component with this assessment of the WSIS, because a lot of the technology has impact, of course, on the WSIS. And so we are not using the mandate very well, and hopefully we will be able to reach something that would improve CSTD, or will improve CSTD. This morning, I think it was this morning, Jimson Olofui, if I'm spelling that correct, from the private sector from Africa, he called for a CSTD 2.0. I found that very interesting, because I think it's a new layer or a new step for the CSTD. And as he was once being part of the working group on improvements to the IGF, and then on the working group on enhanced cooperation, he had the chance to see how the multi-stakeholder really works under the CSTD. So it is a very interesting forum. So it's multilateral, but it can work more and more through multi-stakeholder approaches and with all the intelligence for the different stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Just for the scribes, the CSD is the Commission on Sustainable Development. What we are talking about here is the CSTD, which is the Commission on Science and Technology for Development. Just to make that clear in case not everybody is familiar with these terms. Thank you, Anna. So we've heard the term multi-stakeholder by design, which is, of course, an impressive formulation. And as Henriette has said, the theory is one thing, the reality may sometimes deviate slightly from the theory. And now we have like a 15 minutes or so of time to get your comments from the floor here, but also online, to hear reactions from the audience about what you've heard. And then we'll go to the second panel, which is also stakeholder reactions to what we've heard. I think we do alternating, if that's okay. One from the room, one from the, and we go. There's no one online yet, but they may come. Okay, we have civil society. Sébastien, please go ahead.
Thank you. In French, we say "Tout va très bien, Madame la Marquise." thank you for those words. You are saying, yeah, I can walk in every of your meetings to give the voice of end user. Please, if we are here, it's because it's not working well. What you are doing, what the government and intergovernmental organizations are doing regarding the place of the civil society, other stakeholder and end user. Therefore, you can tell us a story, but please, we are here to talk the truth, not to hear a good story. Therefore, I hope that the document we will have settled together in this meeting, you will apply in your organization, and you will use it to helping us, civil society, end user, and other stakeholder group to participate to the different issue you are tackling. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't be so shy. Make your voices heard. This is one of the moments where you can make your voice heard. Do we have somebody online or not? Okay. Thank you, Bertrand. Thank you. We love you.
Let's get the usual suspect. Okay. I want to be very positive here because there has been evolution. And at the same time, there are things that are still stuck. I mentioned in a previous session the amazing comment by the UK delegate about one of the ITU working groups. And I reminded people that in 2006, the problem of the opening up of this group was already there, and that it is still a problem today. And here I want to give credit to a lot of the people in the secretariats of international organizations. Because from the 20 years that I spent in this environment, I know that internally, they are sometimes frustrated by the lack of willingness of government to really work together. And there is a capacity, because of the decision-making rules, to block. And we see this vetocracy functioning not only in the Security Council, but at each council in each governmental, intergovernmental organization. And I find it striking that, indeed, if I take the ITU, and God knows that there has been battles between ICANN and the ITU, there is a real stark difference between a lot of the initiatives. It can be the AI for Good, it can be the WSIS Forum, it can be a lot of things where you're trying to open things, and on a very concrete case like the one that was mentioned, there still is blocking internally. And there are governments for whom the very term multi-stakeholder is unacceptable, and I want only mention that it apparently is the case of the next host of the IGF.
And any other comments? I think keep in mind that the purpose of this panel is to look at coordination between processes. And maybe just to throw a question, and if not just to the floor, to the panelists as well. Does using the multi-stakeholder approach make that coordination between different processes easier, or does it make it more difficult? If any of the panelists want to respond, or there's you have an online question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We have an online question from Timothy Charles. He's from the technical community. And what he's asking is, given the evolving nature of digital transformation, how can internet governance frameworks ensure that humanitarian ICTs will maintain absolute priority? And what mechanisms are needed to protect these applications from competing uses? And what responsibilities do the stakeholders you represent have in upholding this focus?
Thanks for that question. I see you want to respond to that, Chengetai.
To your first question, to the one before.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to your question about does it make collaboration easier? Well, I don't think it's not the ease of it as such, but it's the results. Does it make the results of it better, more impactful? And I think it does. Does it make it easier? Wow. Yeah.
Thank you, Chengetai, for this honest answer. Tawfik, please.
Thank you, Thomas. I will continue with an honest answer. The multi-stakeholder approach is definitely harder than following a purely intergovernmental process in an intergovernmental organization like the one I represent. Why? My personal guess, because these international, intergovernmental organizations have been used in most of the cases to follow strictly intergovernmental process. Matters have to be debated among member states. Votes take place among member states. So the minute you open up and you say this is multi-stakeholder, you have a seat, you, the member states, but others have equal seats for equal participation, or they have seats for participation, to speak up and to speak out. It's not the dominant process, and therefore sometimes you see some pushback, and you have to persevere. This is based on my personal experience. So does it make it easier? It does not. Does it make the result better? Definitely yes, because you have different voices, you take into account different needs of all relevant stakeholders. And that's where you hope to achieve some impact on the ground at the end of the day.
Thanks very much, Tawfik. Amandeep, just hang on. We'll come back to you, and Pritam to you as well. We have a few more people in the room. Let's hear from them. Can we start over there, please? Technical community. Oh, sorry, private sector.
Thank you, Mark Daresgaard. I have been stating my stakeholder as internet governance consultants, but let me be clearer on that. I consult for small and medium enterprises. And to answer your question more broadly and bring back a question to you, when we say including the private sector, what that's often meant is that a few big companies are in the room and they're stating their piece, usually two governments, so it is a bilateral conflict in which governments say A and they say B. And the rest of us, I would say the other millions of companies in the world, we kind of have to struggle to see where do we fit, right? So the problem with the definitions of multi-stakeholder as they are is that it is fair to say the private sector is being represented, but how, by whom, right? Getting any of my stakeholders to participate in one of these forums is already a big struggle. To them, it's a budget commitment that's way beyond their means, but let's say I have managed to get a few of them into ICANN, but then to convince them to go to other processes and be included in them, it's simply out of the question. So I find that to be the tricky part about multi-stakeholderism. And to answer this question, is this understood by the members of the panel, right? That when you're dialoguing with the private sector, usually you're dialoguing to the same few people from the same few companies, and the other ones kind of struggle to get even a word into that. So we often talk about inclusivity and all of that, but I feel that this is never the topic. The SMEs are never in the part of the subject. We're never part of the inclusivity. So is there any prospect of trying to include these sectors? This may be an open-ended question, or you may have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think the point that you make is very valid. There's not only an asymmetry in resources and access between different stakeholder groups, but also within each stakeholder groups. That also goes for civil society and academia. Some have the resources to make their voices heard, others don't. But if you look at the NETmundial principles and guidelines, you actually find on an abstract level the first steps to maybe help creating some better governance rules for these processes to increase accountability and transparency and access. We take one more and then we give back to the, for a short answer to the panelists. No, we take two more, three more, okay, and then we, so let's follow the order. Government, please, thank you.
Thanks, Tiago from the Brazilian Data Protection Authority. I want to quickly react to Henriette's provocation. And yeah, I do agree and corroborate what Cheng et al. And Taufik has said. It's not about being easier, but it's about the legitimacy it brings. And I can bring some experience of the Brazilian DPA because we have a multi-stakeholder national council, which of course brings a lot of challenge to coordinate and understand all the different agenda that this council tries to bring to the agenda of the regulator. But with, of course, all its challenge and, of course, need for bigger maturity, what I see is that in the end, we also have very positive outcomes when we have this dialogue after of what we are bringing as norms and resolutions, and people give us back like a positive feedback on all the work that they've seen that we are doing to guarantee that we consider these different perspectives. And maybe also quickly reacting to the second question here on the board, like, of course, I cannot say for the authority in the sense this is more personal level, but this is definitely something that I'll come back to it after the guideline is done, because I believe we have opportunity here to see these principles and guidelines and see how we can embed in frameworks that we already have. So for example, maybe the guidelines could be a point of reflection of how the NPD Council, National Multi-Stakeholder Council could better and more positively engage. So, I mean, I'm really happy for this opportunity of this discussion, insightful discussion here.
Thank you. I think we should go to the online participants, if that's okay.
Okay, and Amarita should hurry. It's an online section. Please, Amarita, could you?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to all the speakers for articulating what your respective stakeholder, entities are doing to make processes more inclusive. And I understand it's a continuous process. So I have a question and a comment. The question is for Mr. Singh. So with the states discussing the zero draft text, how do you think the inputs from the NETmundial declaration, which we expect would come, will feed into the zero draft? And the comment to all the speakers is there has been a lot of discussion yesterday and today on challenges of participation in processes, especially from developing countries, civil society, and like the other speaker said, for small and medium private entities. How do you plan to implement, the concerns which comes in terms of inclusivity and participation in your own respective processes and organizations? Thank you.
Thanks, Amrita, and we need to close the list. So if we can have the two civil society speakers make your interventions quickly, and and the academia, and try and cut it to a minute, and then we'll go to give Amandeep and Pritam time to respond if they want to.
Okay, so that's me. So building on the previous session and on Sebastian's intervention, we have here the question on how you are currently using the multi-stakeholder approach, and how could the NETmundial principles and guideline help you to create a level playing field. I would like to hear from the participants, building on the previous question as well, how do you think that the outcome document can inform, genuinely look to the current processes that each organization that is participating in this discussion, in terms of what we are doing, we are discussing here in terms of diverse participation, inclusive participation, not only the ability to follow the process transparently and speak, but also to have the important stakeholders in the room to listen to and build together solutions, also funding and capacity building abilities and so on. So we've been talking about the challenges of making what is the outcome document a reality after it ends. And this is also part of each stakeholder here bringing a commitment and endorsing these principles as part of their activities and their action. So it would be interesting to hear how each of you think that, what are the review process or concrete steps that you could do in this sense.
Thanks, Viridiana. Academia?
Hello, thank you. My question is for the panel, for whoever wants to tackle it. I have a curiosity indeed. If we can imagine a world where we can't use the word open consultation. We can't use this kind of process. Okay, they are excluded. Okay, so in your experience, if this is our scenario here, what kind of other tools does the multi-stakeholderism offer for your kind of work? What else it can happen in this policy-making process in terms of multi-stakeholderism and in your experience as intergovernmental institutions? And building upon that, if someone can please give us an idea of how have things changed over the last years? Do you feel that your institutions are strengthened, they are weakened? There are many demands from governments, and these kinds of. I'd like to hear more on those two questions, please. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a lot. Quickly from you, Carolina.
So Carolina from the DNS Research Federation. In connection to the work of your organizations, I think there have been two sort of agreements emerging from the discussions over the last year and a half. One is to avoid duplicative processes, and the fact that participation in multilateral processes should be improved. So if I turn those two into questions to your organizations, how do you see your organizations can improve participation of the broader multi-stakeholder community? And what coordination is required among yourselves and with us, the multi-stakeholder community, to reduce duplication of processes that we've been talking about these last couple of days? Thank you.
And our final speaker from online.
Okay, we have Avery Dorier from the technical community. Avery?
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I actually wanted to go back and give an answer to Henriette's question. And I was sort of surprised at the sort of negative view on it. I am incredibly excited and enthusiastic about the ability of multi-stakeholder models and the multi-stakeholder approach to affect the work that goes on in the multilateral system. I'm incredibly optimistic about the fact that it gives us the ability to communicate. We know each other because we've sat beside each other in multi-stakeholder events, not because we sat together in multilateral events. In addition, the multi-stakeholder methods are constantly developing new ways of doing things, new modalities. It is not a monolithic system that does things repeatedly in the same way year after year, practice after practice, but is constantly developing new ways to do things. And those new ways of doing things, the practice alone is enough to start having people think differently, to see that they've achieved something by doing things in a different way and such. So I think that I'm glad I got to speak because I am incredibly enthusiastic about the fact that, yes, it does help us communicate. Yes, it does. Just think back to where we were 10, 20 years ago when we tried to interact, at those WSIS meetings. We've moved so much further, and it is because of the multi-stakeholder methodologies, the models, the approach, and the mindset. Thanks for letting me say something.
Thanks, Avery. We could actually just close the session now, but thanks very much for your enthusiasm. Amandeep, did you want to give some reflections? Is Amandeep not online right now? Pritam, do you want to go ahead and while they bring him back?
Yeah, I can go after Pritam. I couldn't unmute myself. That's the reason.
That's fine. Go ahead, please, Amandeep.
Thank you, Anrete. I want to stay with the very positive, optimistic intervention we just had. I mean, the multi-stakeholder model is strong today because it has evolved. It has been creative. The community has been creative. If we stay stuck, then we stop evolving and we don't meet the needs of the moment. And today, what are the needs of the moment? You just want to focus on some of those critical needs, and one or two interventions from the floor have underlined those. One, we need to be more mindful of the diversity of actors around the world. We need to reinforce diversity. No offense meant, but we often see the same voices, same people in some of these discussions. Can we reflect the incredible diversity, what's happening at the national and the regional level in the entire digital ecosystem in some of these processes? So this is a question that, I even addressed to us in the UN system. Can we, for instance, make sure that not only big tech, but also SMEs and startups participate? I was in the Silicon Valley last week, and the startups there really appreciated that someone from the UN has come down to listen to them and, understand what their perspective on AI, for instance, is. Can we keep developing new tools, new methodologies for multi-stakeholder participation, and not look at multilateral processes, not look at the role of governments as a kind of enemy to battle with, but is there a way in which we can find better interfaces in a very real sense, in a very practical sense? So those are kind of some of the contemporary challenges that we need to kind of look at so that this beautiful paradigm, this amazing community continues to innovate, continues to evolve. So just wanted to throw those thoughts out. I think you will hear as the negotiation, there was a specific question put to me about, how do the co-facilitators, Sweden and Zambia, who are steering the process on the GDC, take into account the NETmundial principles, very powerful. I would say this is just the right time because we're just about to go into the first reading of the draft. There are some good things there in the draft, across the board. I've talked to many countries and it's a good starting point. Of course, things can be improved. So it's a good starting point for this to come in. And I do hope that we can all work together. Sometimes it's a question of comfort zones. We get comfortable and we see, the world is moving on. I mean, Thomas, AI in the Council of Europe, AI in EU, AI in all these summits. So there is kind of new forums, new processes, existing mechanisms coming up with new tracks coming out there. Is there a way in which we can handle this dynamic of what's existing, what is useful, and what is the newness that we need in terms of our approaches, in terms of our mechanisms? There's leveraging involved of existing forums and institutions. There's strengthening involved. There's some tweaking of mandates involved. But I think overall, there's wisdom involved in striking the right balance between relying on the old and the familiar and bringing in some freshness and some contemporariness to our discussions, both multilateral and multi-stakeholder. Thanks.
Thanks, Amandeep. And thanks for that. I just do have to say that as a non-state actor, I found it very disappointing that whenever with the GDC consultation, the non-state actors were given the opportunity, which we're very grateful to have been given, but there was never a member state in the room listening to us, and other than the co-facilitators. And that felt quite disappointing. Pritam, did you want to add quickly? But I have to ask you to be just 1 minute so we can go to the second panel.
Very quickly, I heard some skepticism towards the NGOs moving towards multi-stakeholderism, and that's a valid reaction, but I'll also thank Avery for bringing some optimism here. Honestly, no one can say we are fully multi-stakeholder, we are done. It's an evolution when it comes to stakeholder balance, stakeholder engagements. We're all trying, including the IGOs. And so, can I walk into any meeting in the ITU or UNESCO or UNCTAD? Probably not. Not all doors are open, but most doors are actually open now. And we as Secretariat of Organizations have to probably do a much better job in promoting those opportunities. The working group on internet, as an example, we've been, of course, there's a component that is closed and member states have been trying to open it for years. But we are also holding year-long reach outs, online at the IGF, we're going to hold consultations every year at the WSIS forum. So we are opening up opportunities to, provide inputs to the group, and we are trying, so is multi-stakeholderism more difficult than multilateral? That's always true, as ADG Jalasi also said. The negotiations are more difficult, but honestly, when the results come out, those are better, have better buy-in, and there is a certain momentum when it comes to implementation that doesn't exist when you have just a multilateral output. So these were just my key points. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Preetam. We would now definitely go to the last bit, which will be taking back on the panel. Sorry for you to have had to wait so long, but the advantage is you can react to whatever has been said before. So again, there's no rose without a thorn, but everything has pros and cons. So the question that we would like to ask you is, given that you were chosen as representing, being one representative of a stakeholder group, from the perspective of your stakeholder group, of your constituency, what has been working well so far in the present incorporation and collaboration among different institutions and stakeholders? And where are the gaps? What are the most urgent gaps? And again, how can the NETmundial outcome help filling these gaps? And we would begin with Pablo Hinojosa from APC.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pablo. I work for APNIC, the Regional Internet Registry for Asia Pacific. The question for this panel is about gaps and process coordination. Amandeep, the tech envoy, was talking about new paradigms at the UN within multi-stakeholderism. And this triggers me to talk about how to prevent a generational gap in these processes. In APNIC, we have been an active part of the technical community for over 30 years. As an organization, we proudly think of ourselves as part of the WSIS generation, and we're not shy in celebrating the values and opportunities that WSIS has brought to us. The World Summit of the Information Society, or WSIS for short, helped many organizations like APNIC to define ourselves more clearly, in our case as an internet governance practitioner, and as part of a decentralized and ever-evolving ecosystem which now forms the institutional backbone of the internet. NETmundial has worked very well as sort of a pit stop every 10 years to reflect on the importance of this formidable WSIS discovery, which is the multi-stakeholder internet governance model. As the UN is heading towards celebrating the 20th anniversary of WSIS, it is very timely to discuss about how we're doing in terms of implementing those principles that were cataloged in this decalogue in NETmundial in 2014, and how to ensure that they can transcend to the next generation. So I would like to say three things very quickly. First, the UN Global Digital Compact and the Summit of the Future might or might not represent an attempt for a generational change after WSIS. Amandeep spoke again about new paradigms, and while it will be very hard to replicate or substitute WSIS, it would be a mistake to leave WSIS behind without fully embracing its legacy, knowledge, and lessons learned. If I can just take 1 minute out of the Swiss precision, I think WSIS is very much alive in the form of Internet Governance Forum. The IGF is the repository of historical knowledge, and it's anchored and chained to the WSIS generation. So my second point is the IGF should continue and become better and stronger. And finally, about coordination. Coordination is expensive. Mark talked about it. It demands substantial investment, both in terms of time and resources. If there is something at the core of WSIS, it is inclusivity, also its orientation towards development. So before we create new processes or complexities, we need to factor in the cost of coordination and the cost of participation, also in the national and regional initiatives. So in summary, let's be certain that we work towards compacting and not expanding.
Thank you. I like the last bit, very good. That makes a lot of sense. Now, Piers, as a representative, an experienced representative from a supranational government, what is your view on what we've heard in this session? Thank you, Piers.
Thank you very much, but also what we've heard over the last day and a half. So, starting with the substance, obviously, we have the ability to address challenging tech and policy issues from a multi-stakeholder perspective, which means a multi-perspective, seeing all sides of the problem and different views and approaches. And some very meaningful advice, but also simply work has been done in the past on that. On the process also, and we see this in NETmundial and we see it in IGF, is the actual ability to be self-critical and the willingness and ability to actually improve on weaknesses in order to make the process relevant. And the third point, speaking from a government perspective, is of course the fact that the way it is structured allows governments as a stakeholder to understand and actually benefit from the expertise and inputs. But on the gaps, the first is really, it's the flip side of what I've just said. It is the inability in some cases of international organizations, multilateral bodies, and even governments at times to actually benefit from, to receive that input from the multi-stakeholder process. And that's been a key issue that we've been addressing in the day and a half here so far, and hopefully will be reflected strongly in the outcome document. A second point, let's be very frank, it's the time it takes. It's literally the ability in what is a rapidly moving technology world to have the input on time to impact on perhaps regulatory decisions. And then lastly, the gap is the tendency to create a new forum. It's to see a gap when there isn't one. In other words, oh, we have this new technology, we have to create another forum, another body, another mechanism. So those are issues which we need to address. I see that, how do we do it? First of all, we continue this process. We make the multi-stakeholder mechanism relevant. We update it regularly, and we insist that the findings, for example, the outcome from NETmundial, is fed into the GDC and into other multilateral processes. That NETmundial input, the GDC input, is critical for the setting the future. We should also specifically address and see how we can work towards improving the multi-stakeholder involvement in the WSIS process, including the CSTD. And then lastly, a government perspective again, it is not a small issue, is that of funding. We have a responsibility to ensure the funding. And this morning we were reminded in the discussion of the text about the need to support, promote and listen to local, national and regional IGFs and the processes to support youth IGF, to support the involvement of underrepresented groups. And that should be written into the UN Charter as far as I'm concerned, but certainly we can write it into our own rules of procedure so that we will have that issue addressed. For example, the problem of SME representativeness that was also addressed, where we should have structures to improve on that. But I would say we need to be positive, as one of the speakers said, and thank you for the opportunity to express those opinions.
Thank you, Piers, for these insights. The next participant is online. It's Marianne Franklin from the University of Groningen, whatever you call it, in the Netherlands. Happy to see you again, at least virtually, Marianne. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm here in two capacities. I'm an academic. Internet governance and all these terms we've been talking about has been one of my research domains for over 2 decades, which is scary. But I also have an affiliation to the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, who are the home base for the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, which many of you know. And I have up behind me the Brazilian version of our charter booklet. So we're always encouraged as a dynamic coalition, which is based at the Internet Governance Forum, to see the work continuing. But I'm here as an academic, so academics hold many hats and we cross many stakeholder paths. So the thing to realize is that internet governance, multi-stakeholderism, you name it, is now an object of research, an object of critical research, an object of quantitative research, qualitative research. But the gap is that most of our students, the so-called Generation Z, know nothing about what we're talking about today. They experience and access online content, they understand some of the hazards, but they are completely disconnected from some of these processes that need to be done at what is actually quite a high level. 8.1 billion people inhabit planet Earth, which we are destroying incredibly quickly. Internet use is possibly one of the key causes of environmental degradation. 70% are now online. So in a sense, this meeting, NETmundial, IGF, the Global Digital Compact, Eurodig, as incredibly important they are in shaping a digital archive and a public archive of aspirations, which for academics and researchers is important, is a very, very select community, a very entitled community, and one that is more inclusive than it used to be. But I would like to just put that to the floor. That is a very select group that is gathered here today, online and offline. So that's my first point. My second point is, we asked what's going well. Of course, what's going well is that this stuff is accessible. I spent last week in Bremen with 8 universities, students learning for the first time about the Global Digital Compact, hearing for the first time that they could actually sign up and go to these meetings. That's an enormous development in how these high-level discussions actually work and the potential for getting younger voices and more diverse voices on board. I know it's an aspiration all the time. Thirdly, I would look for an embracing of diversity in its fullest meaning of the term, an embracing of scope in its fullest meaning of the term, and an embracing of depth in its fullest meaning of the term. I remember once when human rights law and norms were seen as far too ambitious. The Charter is just one of 300 and counting charters, calls for human rights online to be respected and operationalized. Yet the disconnect is growing, and researchers can actually empirically point to this as well. The disconnect is growing between our aspiration for human rights by design and what is actually going on in the world right now. And that's the biggest problem I see, both as an engaged researcher and as a human rights advocate within the internet governance communities. And I don't have to work very hard for my students and the students of my colleagues to tell us this already. They take for granted the fact that access should be enshrined in human rights law, whilst it's more an aspiration and we take it as read. They take it as read indeed that their privacy should be respected and all these things that we've talked about. Yet I see the term human rights now becoming a sort of black box signifier. I see it once in this very impressive and ambitious document for the NETmundial+10. And I also really had to look hard in the Global Digital Compact, with all due respect to that incredible project. So I kind of agree with what everybody is saying, but I'm looking around the room myself and thinking we are a very, very small, self-identifying, multi-stakeholder, multilateral.
I don't know what universities
Sorry, Thomas.
would like to ask you to come to an end. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Marian. We move to the next one. We have a civil society and a private sector voice left. So Paula Martins from the Association of Progressive Communications. Thank you.
Olá, obrigada. Hello, thank you. I'm Paula Martins with APC. It's an organization that works as part of a network whose members and partners have been trying to get involved in a number of processes that have been mentioned by the panel. And based on that experience, I'd like to share a number of reactions and in answers to the questions that have been asked to us in this last part of the panel. What I'm talking here is going to try to identify a number of positive elements reacting to the first question about what has been working in terms of some recent processes. Then I'm going to try to share with you some of my key concerns about some of these processes and wrap up with some concrete suggestions. So to start with positive issues, what we've identified as being positive is a formal recognition, which is what we've heard here in the first panel, about the multi-stakeholder approach in the most traditional spaces of internet governance, which is something which is a strength, despite the challenges of their real implementation, because we know in some other forums, including those that are discussing digital policies, or where they discuss cybersecurity and cybercrime, we know that still in this forum, the participation has been a constant struggle. A second positive point is the use of public consultations for written submissions and oral submissions, which is something essential, which has been adopted in a number of processes, as we've heard here today, including the GDC. We can also see as a pro that some states have been inviting the civil society to take a stance and make comments about negotiated documents, and also some multi-state initiatives such Median Freedom Coalition, Global Partnership to Enter Online Harassment. All of them have been created multi-stakeholder initiatives as part of the structure. The use of online hybrid participation also has a huge potential to expand and enhance participation, even though it is necessary still to work a lot to deal with limited access, limited connection, access to language, working hours, and also time zone, etc. In some spaces, there has been a small increase of participation of these organizations, despite all the huge challenges related, for example, with visa to travel, increased costs, etc. So these are the positive points, and now I'm going to go into the negative sides of that. And I'm going to give the example, the negotiation process with GDC. I'm going to make a comment about what we have experienced in the GDC to just give you a very recent perspective on that. We haven't made very much advance in the multi-stakeholder process, just few contributions here and there, few inputs, with no impact on the multi-stakeholder governance. We don't get information ahead of time so that participants can really understand the different steps, and it really impacts the different coordination. No processes have been made reference to previous processes, ongoing process, but there is no real connection, no formal connection among them. They are simple references, and new processes do not make appropriate analysis of previous efforts. They do not identify gaps or the reasons why new proposals are being made. Therefore, it leads to lack of coordination and a problem related with contradictions, inappropriate allocation of resources, and legal uncertainty. The duplication of mechanisms still is happening, as we can see with zero draft to DDC, which brings a preliminary proposition to 7 mechanisms to be created. If they are not new, they should be better coordinated in the text related with existing efforts. Just one more minute to wrap up my comments. I'd like to make some more examples. The zero draft doesn't give attention to the impact of technology in marginalized groups, and it has been a constant in many processes. We should organize a specific opportunity to collect their experiences. It shows the need to rethink our understanding of multi-stakeholder so that we can move towards involving the whole society, especially leading to autonomy and self-determination of groups which are in marginalized situation. Concerning
very important principles entered como, por exemplo, direitos humanos,
such as human rights, gender, sustainability, environmental, and multi-stakeholder process. But these principles have not been reflected in the continuation of the text in the areas where they talk about actions and commitment. So lack of integration is also a representation of what we see in many of the international processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, the private sector voice, Sergio Garcia Alves from ALAI, the Latin American Internet Association, which is an industry association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. So on behalf of ALAI and the private sector, I would like to congratulate the organizers of NETmundial+10 and thank this forum for the opportunity to emphasize the strategic importance of integrating multi-stakeholder principles into the evolution of digital governance processes. Addressing the first question, private sector acknowledges the significant progress made in fostering collaboration between different processes, institutions, and stakeholders. Platforms like the IGF have provided valuable opportunities for dialogue and exchange, and that is why it shall continue to improve. We still need to promote, though, more balanced representation and provide the IGF with resources to facilitate meaningful participation, particularly for smaller enterprises and marginalized communities in order to fulfill its mandate. Mark, we're hearing you. Fragmented initiatives often result in duplicated efforts and policy development complexities, which ultimately raise costs for everyone involved. In sum, it makes the participation in different forums more difficult, especially for stakeholders from the global south. As per the second question, we shall prioritize actions to improve our processes without unnecessary duplication, nor adding complexity or creating new mechanisms. That is why strengthening and supporting existing frameworks like the IGF is essential. By strengthening its mandate, providing increasing funds, and leveraging the principles outlined by NETmundial+10, by NETmundial guidelines, we can enhance the effectiveness of multi-stakeholder collaboration in digital governance. These guidelines offer valuable principles to guide our efforts, emphasize transparency, inclusivity, and accountability. Hence, it's imperative for the Global Digital Compact to incorporate these guidelines and acknowledge the importance of multi-stakeholder model in addressing both current and future challenges. By adhering to these principles, we believe we can foster trust among stakeholders, promote open dialogue, and develop effective and inclusive frameworks. In conclusion, the private sector has been a great supporter of IGF and all processes related since its inception. It shows its commitment to continue supporting our environment. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving us that leadership of the private sector keeping to time. If there's one thing you can learn from the private sector, it usually is that. So thanks very much. And Thomas, do you want to, I'm sorry that we're running out of time, some closing remarks from Ambassador Schneider?
IGF and WSIS, thank you very much. I try to be brief. So my first takeaway is the world has become very complicated. It's, in old times, we knew that the ITU was responsible for infrastructure, UNESCO was responsible for things like content and media, and now we have things like AI and data that basically make the whole logic explode of the 20th century world. And then the governments do, in addition, have to talk and listen to other stakeholders, which actually makes it even more complicated. But it seems that we all agree that it's worth the hassle of listening to each other because we think that the results in the end get better, and also it may be easier to implement it if the results are actually shared and supported by all stakeholders. We've also heard that many people think there are improvements compared to how things were 20 years ago and so on and so forth. although there is still much room for improvement, and maybe not everything is as shiny, glossy as some people tend to see it. Of course, because it is complex, I think it also, in the end, it comes down to personal convictions of people working in secretariats or working for governments or other stakeholders. There's some people that really try hard to go as far as they can and are then, let's say, held back by others who may have interests in not letting them go too far. So it's not so black or white that one institution is necessarily better than another one, or one government is better or worse than another one. It is complex, and you need to look very closely into every case. And there are asymmetries, as we've heard. And to be honest, somebody that is normally representing a maybe not poor, but a fairly small country, there are also asymmetries among governments. Because if a big country takes the floor, everybody's listening, because it could be important just of the sheer size and power. If you take the floor for a small country, they only listen to you if you really have a point to make that others don't. So also there are realities that we may not be able to change, but the more good governance tools we have in all processes, be they multilateral, be they mixed, be they multi-stakeholder, and this is what I want to conclude with. I think the outcome of this is not perfect, but as my colleague Jorge said, it's a start to help to make multi-stakeholder processes more transparent, more accountable, less asymmetric, and also that may be also an incentive, and we can apply actually, and this is then the discussion on the outcome, but it's also in your hands. Don't leave it up to somebody else. You can pick this issue up, bring it into the IGF, add it to other discussions, or just mirror existing multilateral and mixed and multi-stakeholder processes. To what extent do they live up to these principles of being transparent, having means to maybe alleviate the asymmetries that there are in all sectors, about the culture of listening to each other, and then also about the culture of somehow leaving traces, to what extent input makes it actually in final documents, because this is also something, of course, that listening is nice, but if listening means forgetting 10 minutes later, it's maybe not sustainable. So I think this is a contribution that we all can use in our own circles to say, this is what was looked at NETmundial. To what extent is my process, is your process living up to these principles? I think this is in all our hands to make this a living document that actually creates incentives for people to stick to good or better governance rules. Having said this, let's go back to Ms. Henriette. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. I think you've said it all. I think, there is this convergence, actually, at the moment we have NETmundial+10, we have the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, which gives us a grander vision in terms of collaboration and principles. And we have the WSIS+10 in 2025, where hopefully these processes, these experiences can be galvanized into an agenda which brings together both progress and change, as well as retaining and building on what we've achieved. I want to thank all the panelists. I want to thank Marianne. It's very late for her. Amandeep, thank you very much for being with us remotely, and our other remote online participants and the team that has supported us, and particularly our other panelists here as well. I know you're all exhausted, and we were a little bit lax with time, which meant we had to put pressure on you, but thanks for bearing with that. And then lastly, thank you to Valeria Betancourt and Cindenea from CGI for organizing the session for us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for such a great session. Well, I said we were not going to go out for a coffee break, but we are going to coffee break, okay? We have 30 minutes and then we'll come back with the open microphone session. So enjoy the coffee break and see you in 30 minutes, okay? Thanks. Okay, ladies. Okay, so now welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I would like you to take back your seats. We are going now to the open microphone session. This is a space to gather final comments from the audience, joining both on-site and online, okay? And I know you're very active, so let's hear from you. This session will be moderated by Silvia Cadena and Min Zhang from HLAC. So let's welcome them on stage. And you can start, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your commitment until the end of a very productive 2 days of discussions. There are a few more sessions after this, and I'm sure you are all expecting the final outcome document that the HLAC has been working very actively upstairs, drafting like crazy. So we appreciate all the comments that have been provided in the different working sessions. This open mic session is intended to be a space to gather final comments from the audience, both on-site and online. And in this session, we are hoping that individuals from different stakeholder groups come to the microphones and raise their hands virtually to share short remarks that they didn't have a chance to do so previously. We also welcome constructive feedback and reflective comments to improve the organization of a multi-stakeholder meeting such as this one in the future that can more effectively gather, reflect, and channel stakeholder inputs. If you wish to provide a final thought that we can take home, now is the time and the opportunity to share. And I pass on to my colleague Min.
Again, a very warm welcome and thank you to all of the participants here who are staying for the 11th hour or the last mile of the NETmundial+10 meeting marathon. Your energy and contributions are exactly what made this conference wonderful and very much appreciated. As with the previous sessions, the open mic session will follow the participation guidelines to seek balanced interventions across all sectors. And we will try to enforce the limits of 2 minutes per each contribution. So please know that your comments and contributions will be recorded and received. Thank you.
In terms of the flow of the session, I just want to remind everyone, both on-site and online, about the code of conduct and the participation guidelines, to queue at the microphones that match the color of your lanyards and state your name and the language in you will be speaking, so that to allow the interpreters to correctly prepare and give people the time to put their headphones on if you choose another language from the one that is more generally spoken in the context of the event. Please, I would ask you to please, especially my friends speaking in Portuguese at 300 miles an hour, to please speak at a reasonable pace to allow for accurate interpretation. It's very hard for those of us that don't speak Portuguese to follow that accurately, so please speak slowly. We'll make accommodations. We invite comments to come to the microphone, as I said before, and share your views. And between us, although Min is the rapporteur, but we will make sure that there is a brief summary at the end. And as Min mentioned, all the comments are recorded and the comments from the chat as well. So here we are. I hope that we have some online participants. Not yet? Okay. So I think we can open the queues and see if there is anyone that would like to start. So,
I will speak Portuguese.
Okay.
Olá.
Hello, my name is Wilson Guilherme. I have already used the mic. And just as before, just to conclude my participation. Oh, okay. I see now the countdown clock. So first, we need to think about inclusion and diversity. And that has been demanded from Brazil regarding diversity. And diversity was not really present in most of the sessions here. We did not talk about different ethnic groups and also gender issues. To stress different gender also personalities. So it's important that we go beyond multi-stakeholder approach. It's important that we commit to diversity, and that did not happen here. So we also need to consider inclusion. So obviously here we have a transcription of what I'm saying, but we don't have a sign language interpretation that is necessary for those, for example, who do not read English, who are not knowledgeable in English. And I'd like to highlight the fact that we need also to increase funding in order to ensure that the more marginalized people can also participate. Because we do have small groups that were not really represented here due to the lack of funding. We know that some funding was provided to international organizations, but not to Brazilian organizations.
We are only two of the members of HLAC. We will not be able to reply to your comments. We are just here to gather the input. So please make sure that your comments are well taken. We will not react to that. I don't see anyone else in another queue, so please, Henriette.
Thanks, Sylvia. Henriette Esterhuizen, speaking, I'm affiliated with APC, but speaking based on my own experience. I think looking at the outcome document, there are just a few things I think that I want to reflect on. The first is the pressure to produce consensus and dealing with conflict. The moment we have a principle on mechanisms to resolve conflict between stakeholders, and there's also emphasis on reaching consensus. I think both of those need to be rethought. I think if you put the pressure of achieving consensus on a multi-stakeholder process,
nós temos que considerar também
multi-stakeholder processes that have to make decisions, and then consensus building is important. But in other instances, it might actually be useful for that process to surface differences in perspectives. And then secondly, I think culture and listening to one another. I think we need mechanisms where different stakeholders actually listen to one another and learn from one another. That's why I find a multilateral process where non-state actors have to speak to an empty room so problematic. And then I think just the final point is that we need to look also at resolution, looking at power, mechanisms that are more explicitly, and I think it has been mentioned previously, I just want to emphasize that, mechanisms that can deal with conflicts of interest when they do occur. Rather than resolving the conflict, we just need to be able to surface them and reveal them transparently. We don't have to resolve them.
Thank you, Andrea. I can see comments from the technical community queue. Byron, please.
Hi, Byron Holland from CIRA, the operator of .ca, and a number of other cybersecurity and internet infrastructure services. I'm going to go back to the document itself, section 4.4, and I realize they're drafting literally as we speak. However, I did want to offer some suggestions. In the initial paragraph, there's good work done here, but I think it could use some improvement. One is in the second last sentence of the opening paragraph where it refers to multi-stakeholder processes. And I think there's a bit of an inconsistency here because it then refers to all of the places and processes listed below, some of which are rightly multilateral processes. And having defended the multi-stakeholder environment for the last 15 years, I find it odd that I'm up here advocating for multilateral processes. However, there are legitimately and rightly some places for multilateralism. So I think that there should be something that says, or after multi-stakeholder processes, where appropriate, I think would be an important distinction. And I think at the end of that paragraph, we need to recognize the internet itself and not end where the period is, but perhaps put a comma that says, as well as promoting and defending global, open, interoperable, and secure internet, capital I. I would also, in addition to that, support Chris Buckridge and some of the other statements made earlier, that the list is not exhaustive, and by not creating an exhaustive list, it's not a good list. Perhaps it should be in an appendix, and perhaps it should also recognize that it's environments like these, but not limited to these, or some such thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. We took a couple of comments from civil society, so I'm going to take one more from technical community and go back. So the gentleman from France, I think.
Yes, thank you very much. And so Pierre Bonis, AFNIC, the organization that is in charge of .fr. So first of all, obrigado. Thank you very much for the organization of this of this meeting, the great amount of work, of talent and dedication to this exercise. And I would just like to say that CGI.br is not only a CCTLD registry, it's much larger than that. But the way this NETmundial is organized today and 10 years before makes all the CCTLD managers proud, I think, and I just want to thank them for that. I think there are still work done, actually, but I would say that at this point, AFNIC is trusting the mechanism of NETmundial and would be happy with the outcome, even if I totally agree, as usual, as what Byron just said for CIRA. We are supportive of this multilateral, multi-stakeholder principles, and we are so supportive of these multi-stakeholder principles at AFNIC that we are looking forward that our governments, or even the EU Commission, that is advocating this principle when it comes to international organization, try to apply it at home when they do regulations, which currently is not exactly the case. And last but not least, we hope that the result of this work and the outcome of this work will be used to invite all of them, all of those people that we didn't hear here for these 2 days. They were not present to join us because we missed some countries, some people, and some stakeholders that were not here. Thank you very much.
Going back to civil society, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I was reflecting on the debate of the last panel, and it put me to reflect on some things I would like to share. So it's not about the final draft, it's more like a reflection for the community. And it's a bit personal, so bear with me. I swear I have a point. So the first time I had access to the internet by myself, I was 11 years old, and it was 2004 because I was fortunate enough to have a father that was into technology, and I was able to afford a personal computer and a stable internet connection in a town of 6,000 people in Minas Gerais. A decade later, in 2014, I started to study the governance of the internet, but only today, 10 years later, I was actually able to participate in it. For many reasons, I was never able to make the cut for such events. First, it was the language barrier, which you can see, I fixed it. One of the things that drove my curiosity in this field was the promise of a global democracy held from the beginning of the debate about the internet. The digital agora was a term I read somewhere. Since it's my first event, forgive my naivety, But this was a very scarce word in the last today, despite of the overwhelming presence of words like equity, which are great words, by the way. But the internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model, as we know, many here in the day-to-day, through the years, other through documents, was supposed to deliver the framework where this global democracy would be able to flourish. Democracy within the governance and deliver democracy to the world through the internet. So if we ask if something has changed, I'm finished. So if you ask if something has changed, it definitely did. And if it was because of the actions or the lack thereof of the bodies of the internet governance arena, is a question that is not a question. It is a question, but it definitely changed. So my question for everybody here is, or for us to reflect on, which now I include myself as part of this community, looking at the digital world, we are here debating, the ways that things were done so far put us closer or further away from the promise of democracy and choice? And
Thank you.
How can we do better? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a remote participation intervention, so please.
Thank you. We have Dihaj Rajput from the government sector. Please, Dihaj.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dheeraj Rajput, representing Government of India. We would like to sincerely thank the NETmundial committee and appreciate their effort toward this global multi-stakeholder meeting focusing on global challenges for the governance of digital world. The internet and information technology are undoubtedly crucial component of the modern society. However, governing this vital resource remains complex. The dynamic and cross-sectional nature of the internet call for an evolved governance process, and we are on the path to uncover that vision together. We acknowledge the importance of multi-stakeholder platforms and the commitment of diverse stakeholder community in ensuring the key component of the internet remains open, accessible, safe, secure, and resilient. India actively participated and contributed to the internet governance ecosystem. Evident is engagement with the IGF, ICANN, GDC, and various other regional forums. We recognize and share the concern that addressing similar thematic issues in siloed deliberation lead to fragmented results, whereas having different efforts working together on the same problem can showcase diverse perspectives. We strongly believe it's important to coordinate better between different processes which address similar issues, minimizing duplication of efforts and streamlining output from the diaspora, thereby providing meaningful outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to technical community. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. O ponto que eu queria...
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I have a question to the head table and to all participants. I'd like to better understand what is the relationship between digital and technological sovereignty to multi-stakeholder approach, because what we advocate is something that goes bottom up, and the multi-stakeholder approach that includes marginalized groups that will allow them to achieve sovereignty. So my question is, when we think about technological and digital sovereignty, what can we do in order to have a more inclusive internet internet that follows internet governance. So digital and technological sovereignty that is also popular, that is built bottom up via public policies and investment that empowers different people. So how can we achieve that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to civil society.
Juliana Guerra, on my own capacity. I'm quite nervous speaking in English. I'm aware that my comments are not feasible to be considered as contributions for the outcome document. And I am also conscious about my ignorance on the complexities of the UN system and the multi-stakeholder model. And considering that, I have two comments. The first one is about the mention of the network governance architecture to be human-centric and environmentally friendly. I think we need, in the future, possibly, stop thinking about human-centric and think the humans as part of the environment to be ready for tackling the climate crisis we have. And the second comment is about inclusiveness, and specifically on one of the guidelines that mentions community power. And my question is how to not do inclusiveness washing by do a quantification of the contributions and consultations of any decision that is taken in this realm. And the risk of being tokenized, being part of an underrepresented community or group, I think, because we are not necessarily communities by being part of marginalized groups. So I think, I wish maybe in the future that is considered, not focus only of taking account of how many comments and how many parties contributed to any document, but something more meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to technical community.
Thank you, Rosemary Sinclair from the .au domain administration. I have 3 points to make about optimism, opportunity, and outcomes. I share Avri's optimism about the multi-stakeholder model. In fact, we have all had an enjoyable and important engagement here at NETmundial+10, and a demonstration really of our commitment to and use of the multi-stakeholder model. I feel that the multilateral organizations that were here met us halfway in their aspirations and described their emerging practice in the use of the multi-stakeholder model. I think there's an opportunity now for maturing these processes, and we have made a very good beginning with the work that we have done here at NETmundial+10, but now we really need to sharpen our focus on outcomes. What can we do to support adoption of the NETmundial+10 multi-stakeholder model process and principles? We at .au, we can support these principles in Australia and in our region, the Asia Pacific, but there are bigger opportunities so that we can take NETmundial+10 from being an event to being an eventuality, so that all internet governance and digital policy developments happen through use of the NETmundial+10 multi-stakeholder processes and principles. That is the work ahead of us. And my last O word is obrigado.
Thank you, Rosemary. Before I go back to civil society, can I check if we have any other interventions from remote participation? Are we sure that we don't have any governments, academia, or private sector representatives? Because this ping pong is fine with me, but I just want to make sure that we are acknowledging those in the room. Okay. Sebastian, please go ahead.
Ping pong.
Yes.
I was thinking to start to speak in Spanish, but I can't.
I was hoping to speak in French, but I can't. What I say, it's not, and I want to stress that the meeting was in a so short time, very well organized. What I am saying here, it's how to improve the system and not to say, you were bad in this meeting. Please take what I will say, not as a criticism, but as a proposal to enhance for the future. Because the future is always important and more important than what happened yesterday. Multilingualism, it's important. When I came here, it was written that everything will be in English. It happened that it was not in English, it was in English and Portuguese, or in Portuguese and English. Therefore, it was a good step, but I would have been prepared better if I have known before. The question of the group this morning, where we were in a breakfast, but the participants online were not able to participate, it's a problem to engage the people online. We need to find a way, and when I say that, it's not just the organizer, it's all together. We need to find a way to include the people who are not at the table because they are at their table at home. That's some of the improvement. Now I want to go to me 15 seconds to say, I have always a trouble with the word multi-stakeholder model. Model to whom? If the multi-stakeholder model is to be applied to the multilateral system, great. But I hope that we will not be ending with one model of multi-stakeholder, but multiple enhancement of the multi-stakeholder system. And I really feel that it's an important topic to be taken into account. Thank you.
Gracias, Sebastián. Technical community, please.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Dina from Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And I would like to point up a concerning that it wasn't possible to share earlier regarding the section 4, other processes, where it highlights the value of coordinating discussions related to internet governance, but restricted to only one working group from the G20 event. So there is a lot of another working groups that is related with research regarding internet governance, and it's a little bit concerning that the document only refers to one working group, that is the digital economy working group, where there is, for example, education, economy, and so on. So that's the point that I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to civil society, please.
Hi, David from EFF, speaking for civil society again. I'm going to say something which I think is obvious, but I haven't heard said yet, and so just to make what I hope is implicit explicit, that I've personally have enjoyed these 2 days, and I think what we spent time on is a very worthy effort, and I am very hopeful, maybe not as hopeful as Avery was, but I'm still very hopeful that that good things will and productive things will come out of it. But I do just want to remind myself and remind everybody that even a good multi-stakeholder process does not absolve states of their human rights obligations, and that there are still important human rights frameworks and mechanisms that states are required to follow, have a legal and moral obligations to follow, and that we certainly, I don't see this happening, but just to have it said, I want to see a multi-stakeholder process be an excuse to not hold private sector accountable, to not otherwise enforce human rights obligations by states.
Thank you. We have representatives from academia on the queue, so let's have those two interventions, please.
Boa tarde. Meu nome é Nirvana Lima.
Good afternoon. I'm Nirvana Lima. I am a researcher of RECRIA, which is a research foundation for children and adolescents and communication. I'm a member of the Youth Brazil delegation. I would like to point out your attention to a number of points. The document talks about protection 3 times. However, the protection is related to protection of human rights in general in section 3.2, page 7. Data protection and intellectual property protection, both in sessions 4.4, page 13. Therefore, we can realize that unfortunately there is no reference to the protection of children and adolescents, which are part of a group historically marginalized and vulnerable, which are present in the digital world as users or sometimes as really creators of online content. Even though this group is treated as a potential consumers, children and adolescents are also subject to rights. Therefore, their rights have to be properly safeguarded in the digital world as they are members of a vulnerable group where they are not involved in a group such as or in an event such as ours. It's on us, it behooves on us to look for their best interest and to make sure that we respect their rights. We live in a society which is centralized on adults, and this is why we have the privilege of being here, of speaking our voices and being heard. Therefore, we have to be best allies of this cause, including the interest of these social groups in the future of internet governance, such as the document of NETmundial+10. Thank you.
Sorry, one more from academia, and then we go back to government. Thank you.
Boa noite, meu nome é Marcela.
Good afternoon, I'm Marcela. I'm from the Federal University in Rio de Janeiro, and I'm also a part of Youth Brazil delegation. I would like to say that inclusion and access were constantly highlighted in the document, but talking about it does not mean we are necessarily including people who cannot see or listen or are neurodivergent are being underrepresented in all the spaces of discussion and decision-making. The event here today does not have strategies to consider their participation, neither online nor offline. So it shows that our perception and understanding of inclusion is still very vague and has to move ahead, be more practical. We can no longer accept talking about inclusion without being inclusive, without bringing them all on board. And this is something I want to be seen in future events of internet governance. Thank you.
My name is Alice. I'm from Porto Velho, Rondônia, at the Amazônia region. On behalf of youth, the delegation, and the government sector, I would like to make a contribution. Please put your headphones, because I will speak in my native language.
I've came from a very long place, such as others here, and we have to talk about the responsibility of multiple sectors and stakeholders for environmental safety. In Rondônia, there are 2 hydropower mills to support the city of São Paulo to put together events such as this, whereas us back in Rondônia do not have enough electrical power to support our main needs. I have had the privilege of being here and share with you the reality that we have been experiencing throughout the years. We have to be careful about environmental impact, especially when we think everything that we've been seeing. We are still containing damage from industrial revolution. It's important to encourage new structures and support and mechanisms for internet governance, always complementing what we have had, especially those that focused on human rights, really making sure that all conquered rights are respected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Konstantinos Komaitis. I am with the Tech and Democracy Initiative at the Atlantic Council. I will make a very brief comment. I know that we're still currently drafting the outcome document, and we haven't seen it yet. But I would like really to invite governments now to take this this document after today, and really push it through. It is very important that we remind, as these multilateral processes are happening, that in parallel there are very multi-stakeholder processes that are happening, and they're producing this language. And one of the things that I believe we didn't do very well in the first iteration of NETmundial is actually follow up and remind people of the things that we have agreed at the time and the importance of the principles that were laid down during NETmundial. So this is my personal invitation to all the governments that are sitting here for, as we move along in 2024 and 2025, to really revert back to the document and remind other governments that these conversations are also happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Technical community, please.
Civil society. Right. My name is Awo. I'm a member of IGF Ghana and vice chair of the Dynamic Coalition, IS3C. My concern has to do with involving children and young people. I have a feeling, reading through the preliminary outcome document, that the assumption is children are youth. But I want to share from experience that children are not youth, neither are youth children. I recall last year when I wanted to organize IGF for children, I sent through the proposal, and the feedback I got was that we've already made provision for youth. So we can't have children's IGF, which for me was a stab in the back, because children cannot be treated as youth, neither can youth be treated as children. They have different interests and should be looked at differently. So that's my concern. We need to involve them. We need to find a way of bringing the conversation down to their level to get their participation and have that effectively done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to we have a remote participant intervention.
Thank you. We have a remote contribution from Timothy Charles. He's from the technical community. And he said that, I think part of the future requirements is about feminine leadership for the production of alternatives to identity wallets, commodification systems, particularly those less protected. To identity womb, best term ATM ecosystems, that are more about nurturing life on our Mother Earth, our biosphere, our social sphere, but to significantly and transformationally increase the volume of feminine participation, and thereby improvements to our advancements are informed. I think it requires a comprehension of ontological design. I am presently unsure where that belongs.
Thank you. Can we continue with academia, please?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Pereira. I'm an internet governance research, also a digital democracy researcher, and a policy analyst. Here at the end of this NETmundial, I invite all stakeholders to effectively take the political and institutional context of this meeting into account, as well as the social context. As the program invites us to do, and that is to think about institutional structures, processes from inside out 10 years later the Snowden case. We are some of the people, some of the few people actually, I think, who actually want to strive for more and better multi-stakeholderism, for a trustworthy internet, for a safe and inclusive internet. And I don't have any answers actually, and I strongly value all the efforts that we have made here and on all of the other spaces we are. However, I believe we still need to come together and realize that no matter how many demands we may have for our own institutional spaces and our own community, how many issues they have and we have with them, we need to face the elephants in the room. And the elephants in the room is that we are struggling to keep our work relevant. We are struggling to keep to remain relevant in an era of which I feel we are trying to hold a storm with one hand. We are trying to hold something that's coming from outside. And at the end of this intervention, I think 2024 and 2025 are key years for our community. And we need to keep thinking about our role and be better prepared maybe to take our fields to the next level, to update it and to preserve our own traditions and effectively taking our principles into action. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to technical community, Byron, please.
Byron Holland, and these comments are my own personal comments, not associated with my organization. Comments just made were actually very interesting, and I totally agree. 24 and 25 are going to be critical years in the evolution and history of the internet. Many comments have been made about inclusion and diversity, which I support. There is clearly, and just listening to it over the last couple of days, a lot of work yet to be done and a lot of work we need to do. But I think it also is relevant to say, and from time to time, we should reflect on good progress made. Not enough progress, work to do, but look around the room, look at the diversity, listen to the comments that people are making and others are taking on board. And once in a while, we should just recognize that progress has been made in the last 10 years and certainly since WSIS, and we need to make more. But both things can be true at the same time. The other thing I would just like to say to colleagues and friends, Brazilian friends at .br, Hartmut, Demi, Everton, and their teams who put this whole thing together in a remarkably short period of time and have been working flat out for months and certainly over these days. Thank you for the great work done and what's going to come from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryder. Back to academia, please.
Hello, my name is Kemel Zaidan. I'm a member of the open source community here in Brazil, and I'm representing the academic community from LNU in Sweden. I would suggest for another opportunity that we could include some form of collaborative participation in the actual writing of the document. I believe we have lots of ways to do that and lots of tools. It could be Docs or GitHub or Ethercap and anything. And I believe that both discussions, this one that is offline and also the one online, could happen together, and both could be important. And I guess it would be interesting if we could actually take part in the actual writing of the document and multiply the members that have access to that, since this is an internet event. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a contribution from a remote participant, please.
We have a remote contribution from Benjamin Akimonsi. Benjamin, are you here? Are you listening to us?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a contribution in the regard that I've seen the interaction around enhancement of the multi-stakeholder models. So my own is that, is it possible for us to make an intervention to enhance the multi-stakeholder process that we embrace, especially the one that allows different stakeholders to prioritize different topic or interest, as against the current one where it's mostly used for agenda setting and kind of shepherding other stakeholders to a particular topic of discussion or interest.
Thank you. I'm closing the queue after the people that are already in the microphones. We just have 10 more minutes, so please, civil society.
Thank you. Olga Kiriliuk, Internews. I was actually not planning to speak now, but then I had the comment before, which was made about that we need more engagement and endorsement from the governments after this event. And that made me think that essentially we have a very good example of two events happening simultaneously at the same venue. So we are currently physically in the same place, but there is such a huge gap between us because there are member states representatives who are participating in a closed-door event, just maybe we are separated with one wall at this venue. And then here there are all the other stakeholders who are discussing something that we want really to happen, something that how we want our future to look like, but then we still are discussing how we should bring these messages to the member states representatives who, instead of being in this room, are having separate discussions in a different room. So I believe this should not be happening as a parallel discussions. The ideal thing would be to have everyone here in the same room and then to continue these discussions maybe in a parallel tracks in the following days. But here we are, this is how it works, multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes.
Thank you very much. Jennifer?
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Chung, Asia organization, technical community, but I'll kind of make these comments on my own personal capacity. I think I would wager that everybody here in this room and online care very much about multi-stakeholder process. That's why we're here. And I'm really happy that it's so timely for us to gather again to look at and creating and updating these very good set of principles and process principles. But I do want to say that we are not the multi-stakeholder internet governance community. We are not the be-all end-all here. We really do need to, and I think when we're looking at the success of this, kind of disseminate it a little more towards the wider internet governance community. And we really do also have to consider the fact that this has been put together in such a short amount of time, and I appreciate so much that CGIBR has done it again 10 years later. But for us to take it forward, we really need to also include those who use a different language other than English and Portuguese. And I would pledge personally to translate this outcomes document and principles into Chinese, which I would be able to take up in my community in Asia Pacific to let these people understand the importance of what multi-stakeholder model means. I learned as well this week that multi-stakeholder in Portuguese is multi-sectoral, and I think for many different languages, it's quite difficult to translate this term. So I would kind of want us to personally pledge to bring this forward. And finally, to echo what Olga just said on the other mic, I would really hope that the governments who are here and also in the HLAC take these principles and lean on them and bring them into the multilateral processes that we cannot be part of at the table, and make sure that the multi-stakeholder principles are being followed in the processes that impact internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have one intervention from a remote participant, and then Sebastian.
Thank you. I'm going to read the Avery Doria contribution. She's from the technical community. She said that, I tend to believe that there is a multi-stakeholderism, the study and practice of multi-stakeholder models, not a single model. No two multi-stakeholder organizations have the same model or implementation, but they all do or should adhere to similar principles. The work being done here and now. And while I am exceedingly optimistic, I also see so much that needs to be done. Hut is optimistic about our ability to keep slogging on.
Thank you, Avery. Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Sébastien Bachelet, Internet Society France and Uralo. I hope that we will end up with a good document here. I want to stress that it's not just the government we need to target, but we are here some representative of stakeholders. There are stakeholders in the other rooms, there are stakeholders in other places in this world. We need to bring this message to all of them to help us to implement not only what we will decide today, but also what was decided 10 years ago. So two documents must go hand to hand, and it's important to bring that to every stakeholder in this world. And once again, thank you very much for this great meeting.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm now going to give the very hard task to my dear colleague Min. We closed the queue, so we are, sorry, just got someone trying to talk to me. To my colleague Min to come up with a summary of the interventions that were included in the open mic, and our reassurance also again to the community that all your questions have been heard and that there is a parallel process to complement a meeting report that will be delivered after in collaboration with HLAC and the organizers, and also reviews of enough time for the community to react to a final version of the document and hopefully being able to take this forward. So, Ming, over to you.
Thank you. To keep us on time, I will try to summarize the rich ideas, opinions, and talents that we just witnessed in the room. There's a lot of emphasis on diversity and inclusion. To think beyond just the sectors that are represented here, we are also talking about diversity in ethnicity, gender, language, which is something maybe future meetings could take into account to provide. There are also lots of discussions about children and differentiations between children and youth, not only in terms of protection, but also in terms of avenues for participation. As with other sessions we have seen, there were a lot of comments about providing resources for underfunded and marginalized groups to attend. So this is also something future meetings, especially multi-stakeholder meetings, could take into account. A big chunk of my notes have to do with the separations people have witnessed between multi-stakeholder processes and multilateral processes. As we speak, we have G20 meetings in other rooms where government representatives could also consider attending these multi-stakeholder processes. So there are lots of suggestions in terms of how to translate these principles from what we're familiar with here into other avenues. There's also an emphasis put on to think about not only as in a singular form, multi-stakeholder model, but models, and think about how this process could take different forms, and specific, very much appreciated suggestions in terms of how can we do and organizing these meetings better in the future? How can we make our conversations and interactions more interactive and conversational indeed? There are also lots of interesting ideas and concepts that we have encountered. For example, lots of speakers have mentioned different forms of sovereignty. How can we think about sovereignty not only in a state-centric format, but also think about popular sovereignty and sovereignty of the individuals and also personhood. So these are some of the ideas that I have gleaned from the intervention so far. But last comment is that there's also palpable energy to not only settle with what we have now, but also to take the step further, roll up our sleeves, and translate these principles we hold dear into actual actions. So thank you, everyone, for your wonderful contributions.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to finalize the session again with a vote of thanks to the organizers and to everyone that has remained here. There was a bit of a miscommunication with the next session, and we're not sure how much time is in between. So I would leave it to our gracious host to guide us through what's next. And thank you very much for your participation in this session.
Thank you very much. You can return to your seats. Well, we are going to the final plenary, but I'm going to ask you to have a little bit of patience. We are going to have some time until the final plenary, okay? So we'll have a few minutes. You can, relax, and in a few minutes we are going to come back with a final plenary. Don't go away. Thank you very much. I just had the notice that the document is finalized, so it will be just a few minutes. So it will be just a few minutes, okay, to the final plenary. So I would kindly ask you not to, leave the room, just stay here a little bit longer, okay? Thanks.
HLEC, our high-level executive committee, worked on each document session, seeking, as presented by Bertrand yesterday on the first day on the session that presents the preliminary document, to include suggestions while maintaining the general structure of the document, which was positively received by all stakeholders, by all sectors present, participants here in our NETmundial+10. Based on the contributions and debate held, HLEC worked, in order to achieve this mission, we named 2 pen holders per section of the text. These pen holders were also involved in each respective work session as rapporteur and moderators. Based on the comments and suggestions during the sections, these pen holders made the first new version of the document that was discussed by the HLEC yesterday at night, very night, and for all the day. In this sense, we will now present the final version of this NETmundial+10 document. We are going to read paragraph for paragraph of the document in a sense that everybody can saw the work we've done till now. To start the reading, I will ask Manau, that's with us remotely. Manau is also a member of our HLEC, to start the reading. Please, Manau, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Just waiting to Manau.
Yes, can you hear me now? Sorry, I was not able to unmute. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, so this is the NETmundial+10 multi-stakeholder statement, strengthening internet governance and digital policy processes, written in Sao Paulo, Brazil, April 30th, 2024. The preamble. This is the non-binding outcome of a bottom-up, open and participatory process involving people from governments, private sector, civil society, technical community, and academia from around the world. It aspires to strengthen internet governance and digital policy processes. 1. Challenges to internet governance and digital policy processes. From 2014 to 2024, setting the scene for the Sao Paulo guidelines. Convened in Sao Paulo, Brazil in April 2024, stakeholders from academia, civil society, governments, and international organizations, private sector, and technical community around the world asserted the need for improvements to internet governance and digital policy processes. The event spelled out how to bring all stakeholders, people, cultures, countries, and distinct economies together to solve the common challenges we face. These transcend our divisions and can only be resolved by harnessing the energy of our disagreements, arguments, and hopes to shape a better future for all. The rapid digital transformation, continuous innovation, and spread of multiple internet-based technologies and applications, including the role of new digital and disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, present us with opportunities and challenges impacting economic, political, and civic spheres. These need to be addressed in the governance of the internet and digital policy processes. The technologies open up great opportunities for accelerating human, social, and economic development and tackling inequalities, building more inclusive societies. At the same time, if not properly managed in accordance with international law and international human rights law, they could also bring uncertainties, insecurities, and power asymmetries among and within countries' economies and stakeholders, deepening divides, affecting the civic space, and resulting in environmental impacts. No stakeholder can handle these challenges alone. Internet governance and digital policy processes, more than ever, require unprecedented coordination and cooperation among stakeholders to effectively unlock the benefit of this massive transformation for everyone, everywhere, and to collaboratively prevent and remediate abuses online. As highlighted in landmark discussions such as the Tunis Agenda in 2014, NETmundial, Internet Governance Process Principles, Internet governance and digital policy processes should fully involve academia, civil society, government and international organizations, private sector, technical community, and end users. The named parties are also acknowledged as stakeholders for the purpose of previous and ongoing discussions. To strengthen multi-stakeholder spaces for participation, it is necessary to improve mechanisms for building consensus and producing guidelines and recommendations in such a way that communities' voices have an impact on multilateral and other decision-making processes so that effective solutions to the challenges we face can be found and implemented. Would you like me to continue, or someone else would like to read? The 2014 NETmundial meeting was groundbreaking.
Manal, thank you very much. We are continuing from here.
Please, go ahead. Over to you.
Actually, we can make a choir, like a choir. The 2014 NETmundial meeting was groundbreaking, marking a significant milestone in the evolution of internet governance. As we approach the 20th anniversary of the World Summit on the Information Society and the Tunis Agenda, and a decade after NETmundial, it is high time to address the lingering unresolved issue: how to help all actors to contribute to a multi-stakeholder process to create the network global governance architecture that is people-centered, sustainable, and development-oriented as the network society demands. In this context, NETmundial+10 had to focus on bolstering internet governance architecture, bringing together relevant stakeholders to deliver concrete, non-binding recommendations on how to strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach as the basis for consensus building and democratic governance, including in existing multilateral and other relevant decision fora. NETmundial+10 reaffirms the 2014 NETmundial principles to guide internet governance and digital policy processes, proposes procedures to implement them effectively, and deliver messages to shape intergovernmental, national, and regional dialogues and decisions on the future of digital governance. NETmundial+10 reaffirms the need to build an effective and functioning multi-stakeholder governance architecture that facilitates an informed, participatory, and transparent engagement between sectors in a multi-stakeholder model. This is the best way to contribute to the construction of a digital future that respects human rights and fundamental freedoms and fosters progress towards the attainment of sustainable development goals and the development of inclusive societies that promote peace, prosperity, and environmental sustainability for all. Should I continue? To help address these challenges, the NETmundial+10 reaffirms the NETmundial 2014 statement, which states that the Internet is a global resource which should be managed in the public interest, in accordance with international law and international human rights law. Recognizes the relevance of transparency and accountability for improved Internet governance and digital policy processes. Reasserts the continued relevance of the 10 principles for Internet governance processes adopted in 2014, recommending their applicability to address existing and emerging digital policy challenges. Offers operational guidelines to help the implementation of these principles in a diversity of situations. Provides input into various ongoing processes regarding the evolution of the governance architecture for digital policy, and recommends that the principles and guidelines set out in this document be implemented by all stakeholders at all levels.
This document represents the outcome of a collaborative, open, and inclusive process shaped by 154 written online contributions from representatives of governments, the private sector, civil society, and the technical and academic communities, gathered through an open consultation held between March and April 2024. The consultation was structured around 3 major topics: principles for digital governance processes, guidelines for implementation of multi-stakeholder mechanisms, and contributions to ongoing governance processes. Based on the undertaken consultations, valuable inputs were also gathered from more than 800 participants attending both in person and online on the 2 days of the event. So, section, principles for Internet governance and digital policy processes. 2.1, the NETmundial 2014 process principles have stood the test of time. The 2014 NETmundial meeting adopted a broad set of substantive principles to guide Internet governance. It also adopted a focused set of 10 principles for Internet governance processes, the process principles, which are a key focus of this NETmundial+10 meeting. These process principles are statements of how the Internet governance system should work across the broad scope of technologies and public policy matters related to the Internet. They continue to define how to maintain an open and interoperable Internet, which is a core responsibility and central value of Internet governance and digital policy processes. Even with the rapid technical, social, and economic transformations that have taken place since then, these process principles remain relevant and valid in addressing today's Internet governance and digital policy challenges, and represent a distinct and important reference for all stakeholders in how the Internet governance and digital policy processes should be shaped. As they have not yet been fully implemented, there is a need for collaborative efforts toward their full application, opening more and better opportunities for all stakeholders to meaningfully participate, especially in multilateral digital policy mechanisms. The 2014 NETmundial process principles should be the basis of any future evolution in Internet governance and digital policy processes, and it is vital for all stakeholders to fully implement them as a shared vision of this community.
2.2, the multi-stakeholder process principle needs to be fully implemented by all stakeholders. The 2014 process principle regarding multi-stakeholders reads as: multi-stakeholder, Internet governance should be built on democratic multi-stakeholder processes, ensuring the meaningful and accountable participation of all stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, civil society, the technical community, the academic community, and users. The respective roles and responsibilities of stakeholders should be interpreted in a flexible manner with reference to the issue under discussion. Each stakeholder has different roles and responsibilities, depending on the issues and stages of specific processes. The distribution of roles and responsibilities between stakeholders is an ongoing and contentious subject of debate. There are persisting concerns that too many governance processes are failing to properly apply the multi-stakeholder process principle. This is especially due to the lack of inclusive and meaningful participation of all relevant stakeholders. Including all relevant stakeholders in the decision-making process on a genuinely and equal footing can indeed be a critical factor to avoid failure. Most stakeholder approaches to Internet governance and digital policy processes work best when they are inclusive and when stakeholders can identify their own interest in an issue and participate in processes to address it. They succeed when there is a mindset of openness to new ideas and a willingness by all stakeholders involved to understand each other's points of views and make compromises to find a consensus. To gain the most positive benefits from internet governance and digital policy processes, the roles and responsibilities of stakeholders must be interpreted flexibly and openly. Sectors, organizations, and individuals must not be shut out of a given process due to an outdated categorization that was suggested in the past. That said, a vital component of protecting and improving such processes is to make sure they incorporate the relevant forms of expertise and experience that are required at different stages of discussing a particular issue. Capacity building is essential to improve stakeholders' understanding and ability to participate on an equal footing. This also implies a realistic analysis of and response to the power asymmetries between and within stakeholders in a discussion.
Section 2.3, the coordination of governance spaces is essential. Numerous initiatives and processes have emerged to address the broad diversity of issues raised by the digital transformation. Sometimes, multiple processes address the same issues in parallel. This has both positive and negative impacts. Distributed initiatives on a particular issue can help cover the diversity of approaches and perspectives. But at the same time, there is a risk that separate discussions on a specific issue may create incompatible and even conflicting outcomes. The document was not keeping up? Okay. There are also difficulties posed for stakeholders to follow simultaneous and duplicative processes, especially for stakeholders from the Global South. It is important to avoid fragmentation and duplication of fora to make sure that internet governance and digital policy processes can be effective. Instead, better coordination between processes dealing with overlapping issues is strongly needed. The Internet Governance Forum can deliver on this need by strengthening its coordination and information sharing roles. It should also serve as a venue for follow-up of multilateral digital policy agreements, see Section 4, given its broad mandate. The IGF's open nature, hybrid approach, intersessional processes, connections with local, national, and regional initiatives, and inclusive design make it suitable for these responsibilities. To deliver on expectations for coordination and information sharing, new working methods may need to be developed, and new financial and human resources would be essential. These could be designed to deliver genuinely improved coordination and information sharing, and also to generate improved outcome deliberation and insight. They could also drive stronger connections between governance processes and the implementation of outcomes that would strengthen the overall effectiveness of internet governance and digital policy processes.
Any such working methods should strive to avoid conflicts with or duplication of existing processes or creating new burdens, and ensure button-up participation on a genuinely equal footing, along with transparency and accountability in such processes. Effective improvements in coordination will benefit all stakeholders and the ability of internet governance and digital policy processes to deal with the issues they're addressing. Section 3, applying the multi-stakeholder approach and improving multilateral processes. Section 3.1, improving participation in multilateral processes. Multilateral processes need to become more inclusive to ensure the meaningful participation of all stakeholders, especially from the Global South. Incorporating diverse voices and multiple worldviews by involving broader stakeholder input can enhance multilateral processes. Better decisions can be achieved and better delivery of outcomes assured through inclusive processes for adequate deliberation and consensus building based on the guidelines and processes steps described below. To achieve these gains, all stakeholders should be empowered to contribute in a meaningful way to all stages of a process tackling issues of concern. The appointment of advisory expert roles and/or platforms adequately resourced should be encouraged to effectively facilitate and analyze diverse contributions from the agenda-setting phase. During deliberations and on draft resolutions and texts, following agreed guidelines and timeframes, and incorporating ethical and public interest considerations. Similarly, significant investments in capacity building and education to strengthen each step of the process are vital to achieve effective contributions. It is important that such investments account for the relative power differences between and within different stakeholders and stakeholder groups. In the spirit of the multi-stakeholder principles, multilateral processes should evolve. They must share the scope of their work and publish a commitment regarding transparency of the process, including but not limited to a timeline highlighting critical opportunities for participation. As part of that commitment, a regular schedule to inform about their progress or lack thereof must be made available, including public access to specific outputs. Documentation of how contributions were made, evaluated, and incorporated into the process is as important as the documentation related to dissenting and divergent views. Such mechanisms must follow accessibility standards and provide effective alternatives to facilitate participation in languages other than English.
Robust accountability mechanisms should be part of all multilateral processes so that there are clear steps and deadlines for the implementation of recommendations. Concrete mechanisms for reflection about the impact of their decisions and the status of implementation of their recommendations are key for continuity. Efforts to accurately document each multilateral process should be made, including concrete steps to identify linkages with other similar processes. It is, therefore, essential to foster a safe, trustworthy, and fair environment where imbalances between participants are addressed and civil society, the private sector, academia, and technical community are able to meaningfully participate in multilateral processes. Governments have a key responsibility to guarantee the conditions for securing diversity and achieving robust multilateral process. 3.2. Guidelines for multi-stakeholder consensus building and decision-making. São Paulo Multi-Stakeholder Guidelines. We offer and call upon the worldwide community to adopt and use a set of guidelines and related process steps, São Paulo Multi-Stakeholder Guidelines, in internet governance and digital policy processes that are distilled from existing foundational documents as well as from current good practice and experience. While no one size fits all, they shall help subnational, national, regional, and global communities to build trust and establish and implement multi-stakeholder collaboration process and mechanisms, as well as to assess processes and mechanisms that are presented as being multi-stakeholder, but are so only by their name. As discussed under 3.1, They shall also serve as inspiration for evolving and improving multilateral processes. The following guidelines are a complement to and operationalize the 2014 NETmundial Internet Governance Process Principles. Due to the ever-evolving nature of multi-stakeholder collaboration, these guidelines cannot be cast in stone and have to be considered as a living document. They need to keep and evolving both in their practical implementation as in their concrete wording. Manal, could you follow?
Sure. We therefore recommend that the IGF is best suited to act as a We therefore recommend that the IGF is best suited to act as a depository, i.e. caretaker of this first set of guidelines, and we look forward to the IGF considering its implementation in its own processes and its further discussion and evolution. Such future discussions may cover, inter alia, the prioritization and or clustering of the guidelines, the development of metrics for the measurement of their application, systems for assessing and holding accountable multilateral and multi-stakeholder processes, and or developing further illustrative guidance on their applications such as toolkits, visuals, and flowcharts. Guidelines and process steps, guidelines for multi-stakeholder collaboration, consensus building, and decision making. Guidelines. 1. Multi-stakeholder processes should be mindful of power asymmetries between diverse stakeholders and empower stakeholders by providing them with necessary information resources and skills to participate effectively, meaningfully, and sustainably. Transparency measures should aim for making policy processes known, accessible, comprehensible, and actionable. 2. Multi-stakeholder processes should involve informed and deliberative discussion among stakeholders. Meaningful dialogue is a conflict-preventing mechanism throughout all steps of the process. 3. Multi-stakeholder processes should strive to treat all stakeholders fairly and equitably, considering their respective needs, capacities, realities, and vulnerabilities. Stakeholders should participate on equal footing, treat one another with mutual respect, recognizing the value of diverse viewpoints and contributions and the different nature of their roles and responsibilities in an issue-specific manner. 4. Multi-stakeholder processes should be governed by the rule of law and respect to international human rights principles, including economic, social, cultural, civic, and political rights. 5. Multi-stakeholder processes should respect and value the linguistic diversity of participants and be accessible to all stakeholders regardless of their background, status, or level of expertise. 6. All stakeholders should share responsibility and uphold accountability and transparency in their respective roles for the outcomes of the multi-stakeholder process, with legal and political accountability for protection of human rights remaining the primary responsibility of governments. Also recognizing the private sector's responsibility to respect human rights in line with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights.
Thank you, Manal.
Yeah.
7. Internet governance and digital policy processes should be agile and adaptable to changing circumstances, evolving technologies, emerging issues, and changing geopolitical dynamics. Mechanisms for resolving conflicts among stakeholders within collaborative multi-stakeholder processes should be in place to enable decision-making. 9. A global multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance and digital policy processes should recognize the need for collaborative action across national borders and stakeholder groups, while duly considering and leveraging local and regional perspectives. 10. Decisions should consider the long-term implications of sustainability of outcomes for human rights and inclusive and sustainable development, as per the Tunis Agenda. 11. Capacity development efforts that enhance the understanding and skills of stakeholders, particularly those from developing countries and underrepresented communities, should be in place through all the steps of a multi-stakeholder process. 12. Cooperation and dialogue should actively be sought with other governance fora and processes in order to avoid duplication of efforts and to share outcomes, best practices, and lessons learned. 13. Collaboration processes should be oriented towards practical, actionable outcomes that lead to tangible results and positive changes for internet governance and digital policy processes. Process steps-oriented guidelines. Recommended process steps for an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder process. First, scope the issue. Define the issue or set of issues to be considered by the multi-stakeholder collaboration process, considering as much as possible all affected perspectives. 2. Identify stakeholders. Identify all relevant stakeholders as inclusively and flexibly as feasible, including individuals, groups, organizations, and communities affected by the decision or collaboration. 3. Engage stakeholders. Actively engage all interested stakeholders through the process consistently and in a sustained fashion, through methods such as public consultations, surveys, workshops, and fora to gather input and feedback. 4. Share information. Provide clear and full information about the processes, objectives, and outcomes to ensure transparency and understanding among stakeholders, making full use of accessible digital records, including related process documentation. 5. Ensure equitable participation. Ensure equitable participation of all relevant diverse perspectives and interests, including marginalized or underrepresented groups. 6. Facilitate dialogue. Facilitate open dialogue, collaboration, and deliberation among and between relevant stakeholders, encouraging respectful communication and consensus building. 7. Prepare draft outcomes. Develop draft outcomes for consultation on the basis of dialogues between relevant stakeholders and consult with wider community of all interested stakeholders over results. 8. Factor in feedback from wider community. Adapt the draft outcomes, taking into account the inputs stemming from the consultation, transparently reporting, and how inputs were considered and the corresponding reasons. 9. Open decision-making. Use collaborative decision-making processes that involve all the relevant stakeholders in identifying solutions, exploring trade-offs, and reaching agreements. 10. Community powers. Submit final outcomes to the consideration of the wider community, providing for mechanisms empowering the wider community to react to outcomes that are inconsistent with the wider community interest. 11. Implementation and accountability in decision-making. Establish mechanisms for implementing decisions and holding stakeholders accountable for their commitments. 12. Monitor and adapt. Monitor progress, evaluate outcomes, and be willing to adapt the process based on feedback and changing circumstances.
And section number 4, input on ongoing processes. As stated in section 2.3 and 3.2, several processes are currently underway in the UN context regarding internet governance and digital policy processes. In particular, but not limited to, the negotiations around the Global Digital Compact in the framework of the Summit of the Future with its Pact for the Future and the WSIS+20 review. They include recommendations and potential pathways for the further consolidation of an open, global, interoperable, secure and free internet and the broader digital policy ecosystem that contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As a unique gathering that seeks to articulate a concrete pathway for strengthening and improving multi-stakeholderism in internet governance and digital policy processes, NETmundial+10, as a self-standing event, presents specific messages to these processes oriented to strengthen existing ones, optimize allocation of resources, and ensure synergies, coordination, and complementarity. In addition, there are numerous multilateral, regional, national, and non-governmental processes that have inspired and would benefit from application of the principles and guidelines set out in this document. 4.1. Luciana.
4.1, Internet Governance Forum, IGF. The Internet Governance Forum consists of its annual event, intersessional work in the form of dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, and policy networks, parliamentary and judiciary tracks, national and regional IGFs, and youth initiatives at all levels. It brings together a variety of stakeholder groups from different parts of the world. The IGF has been an effective space for internet governance and digital public policy debates and cooperation, and in spite of lacking the required financial resources to meet its mandate optimally. The IGF has the proven convening power and capacity to further explore and evolve innovative multi-stakeholder approaches to policy deliberation and decision-making processes. If strengthened, it could be consolidated as the preferred space for information sharing and improved coordination among digital governance processes. Its open nature, hybrid approach, and inclusive design facilitates widespread participation support. A strengthened IGF needs to continue addressing challenges and opportunities of emerging technologies and may need to develop and adopt new working methods that can deliver genuinely improved coordination, insight, and information sharing while avoiding conflicts with existing processes or creating new burdens to participating stakeholders and the UN system. A strengthened Internet Governance Forum, IGF, requires long-term sustainability to increase financial, technical, and human resources to be consolidated as a pivotal deliberative platform for coordinating participative debates on internet and digital governance, can provide cohesion and facilitate participation in the context of a distributed and growing digital governance ecosystem, ensuring more inclusive and diverse participation of underrepresented countries, communities, groups, and sectors, in particular from the Global South, and requires improved procedures to guarantee inclusive, transparent, and accountable deliberation to generate both legitimacy and effective outcomes. An improvement on the dialogue and coordination between global, regional, and national IGFs is also needed, in a way that the discussions and agendas can feed back such processes, aiming at establishing a continuity between them from a local to a global perspective.
In its evolution, the potential of the IGF to deliver tangible outcomes, such as evidence-based policy recommendations, best practice guidelines, and pilot projects to test proposed solutions, in order to build capacity and inform policymakers, should be optimized. This will require the commitment and participation of all stakeholders. The IGF Secretariat, the IGF Leadership Panel, and the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, in the performance of their respective functions, have a key role to play in that regard. Mechanisms for collaboration and information exchange with other international bodies and governance fora should be enhanced, as well as the IGF's intersessional work. The strengthening of national and regional IGFs as spaces for the definition of common goals and challenges to inform the global IGF agenda contributes to tackling governance fragmentation. The IGF is the process in the UN system that is best positioned to address the gap between discussion and action by building closer ties with other organizations that are central to the functioning of the internet, but also with multilateral institutions, through ongoing innovation and experimentation within the IGF framework. The IGF should be renewed for at least 10 years as the foremost global platform for broad-based public participation and dialogue in all internet and related digital governance matters. Through strengthening the IGF, we would allow for the UN system to leverage on the legacy and relevance of the model while avoiding further fragmentation of internet governance discussions. The process for selecting the host country should be further transparent and take into account human rights, inclusivity, accessibility, and equitable conditions for attendance. Free, safe, and open participation should be available to all, especially historically excluded groups. Do you want to?
Section 4.2, Global Digital Compact. In order to set the grounds for an open, free, and secure digital future for all, as envisaged by the Global Digital Compact, NETmundial+10 recognize the essential role of the Internet and digital technologies to build inclusive and participatory governance mechanisms, reaffirming the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach to Internet and digital governance and embedding it in its core. The recommendations emerging from NETmundial+10 towards strengthening the multi-stakeholder approach to the governance of digital technologies and development are a basis to ensure that policies and frameworks are transparent, inclusive, democratic, and reflect the diverse perspectives of all sections of society. In the perspective of adding value and filling the gaps in the current structures in the Internet governance fora, it is key that the GDC should avoid creating new structures or processes where existing ones could be strengthened and improved to support in monitoring the implementation and reviewing progress of the GDC. For many reasons, the IGF is the appropriate venue to follow up and monitor implementation of the GDC's commitments. The topics set out in the GDC and driving so much of the focus on digital governance are already on the IGF agenda and have been for many years. The IGF, with its multi-stakeholder structures and mechanisms, should be used as a space to facilitate implementation, monitoring, and following up of the Global Digital Compact, working in collaboration with other UN agencies such as the ITU, UNDP, UNCTA, UNESCO, and UNICEF, through the WSIS action lines, making use of the WSIS forum, and with the UN CSTD providing a platform for intergovernmental engagement in the monitoring and follow-up process. The GDC should avoid eroding the relevance of the IGF and the multi-stakeholder approach in Internet governance and digital policy processes. Through its implementation oriented to integrate its outcomes with the WSIS process and effective follow-up mechanisms building on existing fora, the GDC is an instrument to integrate digital into the acceleration of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, building upon the Tunis Agenda.
The GDC is an opportunity to put digital technologies on track for global efforts that pursue digital inclusion, cross-border cooperation and collaboration among the different stakeholders, the consolidation and effective application of existing human rights obligations, including increased conditions, underscoring the centrality of the international human rights law as both a foundation for an enabling environment to support all aspects of Internet governance and digital policy processes, including through strengthening collaboration with the OHCHR and other UN human rights mechanisms. Session 4.3, WSIS plus 20 review. The World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS, has served as a pivotal platform for fostering cooperation among countries, among government, civil society, private sector, academic, and technical community to collectively address the opportunities and challenges brought about by the digital age for technical and public policy issues in digital governance. As the WSIS Plus 20 milestones approach, a renewed commitment and innovative strategies for achieving digital inclusion in protecting human rights online is needed for leveraging the SDGs. The multi-stakeholder model, which recognizes the intricate interplay of various sectors and actors to shape digital policy, is fundamental in ensuring the WSIS remains a dynamic process based on development of global standards and cooperation mechanisms around key digital issues, agile and responsive to the expanding frontiers of new technologies. By building on a strong commitment to multi-stakeholderism, fostering cooperation and discussing the potential challenges, evolving technologies and trends within the digital landscape, WSIS can prepare for and look beyond the 20-year milestone. Taking this multi-stakeholder statement into account, the WSIS Plus 20 review should further enhance the inclusivity, transparency, and accountability of the Internet governance and digital policy process, and ensure its attention for environmental sustainability and emerging technologies shaping the digital future. This is our statement from the NETmundial+10. Okay. Não dê a última linha. Pode ler, pode ler. I'm sorry. Valeria, continue, please. The last lines.
We are not yet done, almost.
I'm very excited, it's it.
There is a very brief section on other processes, and we call on the multi-stakeholder community to promote the outcomes of the NETmundial+10 event with respect to any national, regional, multilateral, and multi-stakeholder processes they deem relevant. And that's the end.
That's our NETmundial statement. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for these 2 productive days. And then I declare the documents, and we have our working done. Thank you very much for everything. Now we are going for the closing session.
Thank you very much. We're all very happy for you. I would like to thank all the members that are here on stage. Renata, I would kindly ask you to stay. And please, Professor, you are welcome for the closing remarks. And together with Renata, you can please take your seats back at the audience. Yes, you can start.
Well, for this opening remarks, oh my God, closing remarks. Let's do it for 2 more days. What do you think about it? For these closing remarks, I will start saying that it's very hard task to remember all the names from all the people who have built this effort under extremely challenging conditions. But here we go. Acknowledgements, agradecimentos em português. E eu vou fazer em português, tá? Porque me passaram a colinha em inglês, mas eu queria fazer em português. I'm going to speak in Portuguese now. Em português eu sou mais espontânea.
I'm more spontaneous when I speak Portuguese. It has been a very challenging process in order to put together NETmundial+10 in less than 4 months. Because although we started the dialogue and conversation with the different sectors here represented last October, the matter of the fact is that we started to organize this event in mid-January, perhaps at the end of January. We worked hard and we had the support and participation, engagement and commitment of the entire team. And I should stress the entire CGIBR and NIC teams. I'd like to thank all of them. So the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, so each member, each council, and I will mention many names, but before I move towards the names, I'd like to acknowledge them. And before I mention some names, I'd like to also express my heartfelt thanks, my personal thanks to each member of our executive team, of our NETmundial+10 executive members. I'd like to say that this process also started with many dialogues, and the first ones, they led us to work with a group that helped us in preparing the joint statement. And we actually had also the support of hundreds of people that supported our joint statement. So I'd like to thank the organizations and each and every one of you that signed that document, demonstrating your trust, your partnership, your commitment in building a multi-stakeholder process such as this NETmundial+10. I'd like to thank every single individual that pre-registered to participate in this meeting. And considering the balance of different sectors and also the participation of foreign participants, we could not have all of you. So I'd like to say that many individuals have registered, and I'd like to thank all of them. I'd like to thank those that actually strove in order to, in a very few months and facing many challenges, that were able to bring together resources to come to Brazil and participate of this event. So my special thanks to those of you who are here in person, coming from other countries, as well as Brazilians who came from faraway parts of this country, different people from the private sector, technical committee, NGOs, the academia, the private sector, and also for those who were not able to join us in person, but that have participated online along these 2 days rather. And I'd like to also thank those of you who submitted your contributions to our consultation. Now I'd like to turn it over to Glaser, but before I do that, my special thanks to Professor Glaser. He is our executive secretary at CGI.br. And from the very beginning, he dreamt about NETmundial+10. He really encouraged us to move forward and always with a smile on his face, even in spite of challenges. So thank you very, very much for your partnership, Professor, for your contribution, for the role you played in building multi-stakeholder processes here in Brazil.
Eu queria também agradecer.
Let me also thank someone else before I hand it over to Glassa. There is one more special thanks to make. Well, of course, I will allow him to thank people as well, but I would like to thank Vinicius for putting up with me. Thank you very much, Vinicius. Vinicius is the head of the international affairs of CGI. It's a name that you probably have heard for the past days. He worked tirelessly so that this event could be put together. Vinicius, Everton, Flavio, thank you very much for your work, dedication, commitment, partnership that you have had with us. And okay, I guess that's it. So, Professor Glassa, please. Renata, thank you very much for highlighting me, but I am sure that we wouldn't have been succeeded if we hadn't been all together here. Deep from my heart, I would like to thank a lot of people, and I'm going to name many people. We've been working together to really do our best for Brazil and the best for the international community. Renata has already mentioned a few, and I would like to give my special thanks to those who had been working very closely with me. So Vinicius, of course, Everton, and Flavio. But I would like to include Paula, who has helped us enormously. But I would also like to extend that to the whole team that Daniel Fink put together. Daniel, there you are. Daniel has led the young people who have monitored the hybrid forum and the remote participation. And you've seen how important it was to have the participation of the young people. It was not something limited to those who were on site, but also those who were online. So Daniel's team, they worked over the weekend to get prepared. So kudos to you. Great work that you did. But we had to expand it further. The team, the Secretariat of CGI has a very qualified team, and I would like to thank the team that has helped those that I have mentioned. And I'm going to mention them: Carlos Seconi, Juliano Capi, Luisa Mesquita, Salete Matias, Alessandra Assis, Erica Costo, Marcelo Oliveira, Beatriz Corrales, Cindineia Cantanhede, Juliana Oms, Ramon Costa, and Tatiana Geriasati. You haven't seen them around, but they have all worked minute after minute supporting our event. Thank you, all of you. It's a wonderful team, really. Well, I would also like to thank our communication team, coordinated by Carolina Carvalho. Carolina, are you there? Probably still working, right? Probably working on a press release so that we can make news in the evening. Let me thank the infrastructure. Maybe you haven't even realized that was going on, coordinated by Adriana Gois. She's our specialist. She carries very heavy weight. You see, she can always have everything put in place and work seamlessly. Is Adriana there? Somewhere working, probably. I would also like to thank Pedro Boneto, who carried on, who took care of streaming, our national and international links and connections, so that everyone could really follow up what was going on here. Let me thank Flavio Yanai, who has prepared the platform, all the system platform that we use for the public consultation, then compile results and have the data available here in real time. Thank you, Flavio. Are you there, Flavio? Thank you, Flavio. Well, to put together a conference like that, a number of contracts and service provisions have to be agreed on. I would like to thank our legal team that has helped us prepare all the contracts, and the team was coordinated by Raquel. I don't know if Raquel is there. I've seen her around today. She has worked very hard as well. Let me also thank the online moderators, the youth team. I've already highlighted them. I would like to highlight our interpreters, our master of ceremony, Renata Jabari, our transcribers, who have done in real time the transmission of everything that was being said, all our receptionists that have also supported us throughout the days, everyone who has worked on the AV, audio, video, all those who were on the backstage, and all Hyatt's team as well. When we agreed to come back to Hyatt, they said, "You were here in 2014. It was such a landmark event. It's an honor to have you back 10 years later to once again prepare such a high-quality event." Still today, people here at the hotel feel really honored to have organized that. Maybe I have let some of those involved behind, but just so many hours working to once again put together a successful event such as this. Well, score such a great goal, if we can make the soccer analogy. Just score a goal in the international arena where we all work together in favor of multi-stakeholderism. We haven't mentioned much about CGI, but we at CGI, we've been using multi-stakeholder approach since 1996. For 30 years, we've been working with this model. 21 board members, 9 of the government, and 12 who are elected by peers, by their own representative. And those 21 board members work voluntarily. They are not working for CGI, but that they dedicate at least one day every month, at least one day, because that's our on-site meeting. Probably they dedicate so many more days throughout the month to really meet with the demands that we have at CGI. Very successful case, and we are extremely proud to say that multi-stakeholder approach does work. It's something that we would like to see really effectively implemented in other countries as well. All CGI board members here today, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You really make a difference, and this is why we can really share our successful model. It is confirmed to be effective. Consensus is not always winning. Consensus, it does not mean that I can impose my rights. Consensus means now and then meeting halfway so that everyone can share positive outcomes. And this is the best confirmation of it. Such a successful, great event out of a multi-stakeholder approach process. So a big round of applause to all of you who have been here with us.
E uma palavra especial agora para a nossa coordenadora.
Now, our coordinator, Renata Miale, whenever she puts together a conference like that, she always has, let's say, like an attachment. We had the Brazilian Internet Forum, and she was wearing special boots. And as she is normally wearing the special boots, this time she just decided to come with that special accessory. Just kidding. She needed a specific orthopedic boot because she had had an orthopedic problem. So thank you very much, Renata. Thank you for your effort, for sharing dreams with us. Thank you. You really deserve my gratitude and my recognition for everything that you've done to us. Thank you. Well, before I close formally, let me make some comments.
Cada membro do nosso high-level executive.
I'd like to also acknowledge our high-level executive committee. So please feel free to stand up. I am not going to stand, and you all know why, but I'd like to thank and now call Janete Hoffman, Luciana Maza, Raul Echeverria, Roberto Gaetano, Valéria Bittencourt, Akinori Maimura, Bertrand de la Chapelle, Manal Mauiu, Windsurf, Wolfgang Klein. Can you help me here? It's really a challenge. Wolfgang Klein Baster, Ana Neves, Shanghai Massango, João Brantes, Jorge Cancio, Leonil de Santos, Yoshi Ida, Anders Halvarsen, Henrique Faulhauber, Jenson Olofoye, Lizzie Fer, Chimea Suto, Anita Grumorfi, Bia Barbosa, Bruna Santos, Grace de Taiga, Jason Pielimier, Pinjang, Paola Ricorte, Paola Aurora, Rafael Evangelista, Us Gasser, Demi Getico, Jordan Carter, Sebastião de la Gamba, Rodrigo de la Parra, and Silvia Cadena. My heartfelt thanks to each of you. With that, I close our NETmundial+10. Have a great evening, everyone. Once again, we'd like to thank you all for joining us. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.